Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Hi guys. Welcome back to
Good
Hectorum.
intro.
Good intro.
Yeah. Hey, there's a reason I normally don't do this. I'm
Hey,
really bad.
same.
What all am I supposed to do in an intro? This is
What you
really
wait?
proving how
No,
much
no,
I haven't
no,
been
no.
paying
Second.
attention.
All you do is pretend you're playing a character that's absurdly overconfident, like ad absurdum.
So I'm playing Darius.
I'm just
Yes.
personally insulted that you think I'm overconfident.
No,
That hurts.
not you. The intro, Lothair.
Oh my god, the
Intro
intro of
Lothair.
Lothair is Lothair! What the fuck? God, that's
Okay, that's why.
I
painful.
think there's a meaningful distinction between the two.
See, I think this is going well, honestly. I've managed to
I
make the intro interesting
I
to
think
everyone
this is
else.
the worst one we've ever had, and it's all Schoonhoff's fault.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is this is the only one that hasn't started with the hey, 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 and then been boring for the rest of the time.
Mm-hmm.
True?
Hey, we
Oh
had
shit,
a good
you're
hey,
right.
hey, hey once.
Wait. Pause. Okay, guys, this is all getting cut from the VOD. Hey. I don't know what to do with this intro.
Hey, people.
Wait, that was one too few hey.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my
you're
god,
right.
we fucked up the hey, hey,
No,
hey, hey.
No, it is hey, hey, hey.
Yeah.
But Lothair did two
No,
hays.
I did
Look,
something
he was
else. I did hey,
referencing
people.
the greatest YouTube content creator of all time, Seth.
Oh, PewDiePie?
I'm sorry. Did you just reference the pewds here?
I'm gonna vomit up this eggnog ice cream I'm having. Oh,
You should probably do it anyways.
honestly, you can suck it, dick.
Bro, you don't need those calories. Just drink and then vomit.
Yeah.
Hunger Games taught me some really good things. Eat food, vomit it up, eat more food, enjoy a buffet for way longer.
Vomitariums are fake anyway.
Second, I think that's called bulimia.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay.
say this sounds like an eating disorder.
Hey, it's only an eating disorder if you're doing it because you think it's going to make you less unfit for viewing pleasure. There we go. That's a modern PC way of
I
phrasing
disagree. I think intent has nothing to do with it.
that.
The party has just, through the chaos that has come to the city of Korheim, the core of the Volsham territories, the party has managed to find an erratic entrance that seems to move and shift its way to create almost a bubble of earth surrounding Schoonhoff as he moves forward towards it. The party now sits at the entrance to this strange tunnel as it makes its way through, with choices to make on how to proceed.
Well, Stranoff, would you rather take point, or would you rather be behind one of us, in case there's something down there?
I'll stay behind you, Lorik. We can't afford to get careless here. Something feels off.
Lorik proceeds down the growing staircase, presumably with Stranoff's flashlight eye behind him.
Flashlight time.
No, because he put the eye patch, he used light on the eye patch to make it a
Right,
flashlight.
that's why I'm going through and changing it in the next area so that is a view for everyone.
I will be behind our wonderful mage, Gregory in hand.
Superb. I love
I will
Gregory.
go ahead and be near Darius or Hay, depending on which order they be. Basically, Rifter wants to be sandwiched between them.
I see.
Why you gotta say it like that? Oh, damn.
Because the joke was there.
Alright, all players now see Schoonhoff's light. As you begin to make your way forward after traveling about 20 feet in, Schoonhoff, the back of the room with Sloric intel. Why am I not able to grab Sloric? That is a bad feature of mine.
Become ungrabbable.
The stone behind you begins to slide up, and it slates from the ground, moving and locking back into place, as you are now entirely within stone in these descending, sliding stairs.
Oh shit.
Well, this is a problem.
There's an exceptional sense of vulnerability as each piece of stone beneath you kind of wobbles a bit, stepping forward as it continues to make its way for you.
I guess I'll keep proceeding then.
Right. Unless the party has anything else.
I think we gotta go back and do all the mini games first.
I think we're good.
You eventually make your way to where the stairs no longer slide and shift and change, and instead it slides down, revealing an open area immediately in front of you with perfectly flat stone sheets beneath you. The wall is very, almost wet, not quite damp, but it has that humidity to it without actually having water, as the entirety of almost everything is carved from a single sheet of rock everywhere. There are no crevices. There are no cuts from separate stones. It is a single hewn piece from which you are now resting on.
So we all agree that this entire thing has been magical. For like a small period there, I thought this might have been technological, and then this.
It was also about like 45 seconds of straight walking down. So like a good 35 seconds or so of it being just your own bubble.
Yeah.
In any case, as far as I'm aware, Magitech is too imprecise for something like this. Although I don't know much about it.
Nor do I. But if I were to guess, this is definitely advanced magic of some sort. Be it Magitech or pure magic.
That aside, what I'm wondering is why is it reacting to Struenhof?
That is the open question, but I feel as though that'll be either revealed in due time, or he already knows and he doesn't feel like sharing.
Well, I come from the approach. I respect emotional confidence, but this does feel like it's approaching our own safety. If you have something to share, now would be the time, Struenhof.
I genuinely do not know. My only guess is that it's reacting to the necklace I carry.
Why do you think that is? Did you get it from somewhere?
Aside from the blacksmith making it for me, no. Or maybe it's the dragon claw in the necklace.
Maybe this place specifically reacts to the presence of a dragon.
That doesn't sound good.
Riptor's gonna go ahead and think to see if there's any sort of history with Korheim and dragons.
Go ahead and go for it. History.
Oof.
Well,
Your education, as little as it was, while it was focused on the Volstrom territories, the city itself was not its importance, rather the people within it.
makes sense.
Do we have any idea on what we think we're getting ourselves into?
Death? As
Well, more
always?
specifically,
One way to find out.
It seems
Fortunately, I
reasonable
don't
to-
think turning back is an option anymore.
Hate stops. Like, she's been leaning over, trying to get like a look over, and she like stiffens and looks back. Wait, is the stairs not going backwards when you get close to it?
No, it's not that. It's just Everything else
Oh,
is
you just
happening.
mean the metaphor. Okay.
Moral obligation and whatnot.
In that case, I think we can assume that the Scion is at least in the area.
Or at some point was.
Let's work under the assumption that they are at the moment, and work from there.
What is the worst case group of combatants that we could run into right now, and what do we do to deal with them?
Probably ourselves.
Probably something more akin to, the Scion, where they don't necessarily use magic, but are still capable of widespread destruction.
I would have said something akin to 5 pit fiends at once. That kind of...
When I say ourselves, I
Overwhelming
mean
force.
specifically the Scions seem to have control over the minds of the Inquisitors, correct?
Oh, piss. I see where you're going with this.
We have to be careful. We might be wary of each other. We don't know what influences this thing has on the mind.
Remove the Warhammer from me if my mind turns. Granted, if my mind turns, it's likely been all of us, but that should be the easiest way to dramatically decrease my abilities.
And something to help combat the mental effects they may have. If we are all in a group, if any of us feel as if the rest of us have vanished, if any of us feel like they are alone, care on what you strike.
Oh, doppelganger protocol. What is something that we would never normally say, but we could work into a conversation?
It's not exactly safe to work that out here. We can assume that the Scion is listening to us, if they are here.
Yeah.
And if they have active control over our minds, they'll remember this conversation anyways.
Also, can't believe I'm saying this, but perhaps I should be more out in the open. I'd hate for one of you to get jumped unintentionally.
It is a very interesting and novel problem to consider dealing with the rest of the party in the case that one of us turn, or all of us turn. Have you considered the fact that figuring this out now might just make it harder to deal with any of us if we do turn? Because we have now just
Possibly.
figured out how to deal with each other.
Well,
think
we'll
of
have
that.
to approach it. It's better to go in with a plan than without one.
I don't disagree with that mindset. I do think that any one of us turning could be rather swiftly dealt with by the rest, but
I'm just worried that it might use my currently contained amulet.
Alright, lads, do you want me to go ahead a bit and check it out, or do we just want to continue
We
as
should... No,
Alright.
don't go ahead on your own. If the Scion is here, then they will just...
Alright, let's go as a
I
unit.
believe it's safer as a group.
I have a potential option here. Do we stick to disabling instead of unless otherwise required? Just in case. If one of us get turned and our minds are shifted and we consider an ally or an enemy.
I think we should explicitly say, do not say unless otherwise required. That it seems very easy to twist as an, oh, it is required now. We are incapacitating right now.
Just incapacitations. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Incapacitations.
Okay.
I think there's nothing more we can gain from further discussion. We all know to some extent what's waiting for us.
He's right. We need to keep
continue.
moving.
Aye.
Sternhoff, would you care to... Thank you.
So the party's right as they turn the corner. Another small alleyway kind of pops its way out with a wooden door with steel reinforcements upon it.
It seems to be a bit of a labyrinth. Just right off the bat.
As long as we don't split up, it should be eventually doable.
Sure enough. Would you prefer going left or going right?
I think we should take it slowly.
I'm going
What's over
to
here?
I'm going to use Radiant Bonfire to create a small scorch mark on the ground as I walk, to sort of like mark where we've been.
You may do so with like your drawing tool if you would like.
Okay.
As it kind of creates a little bit of soft ash that you would know will disappear within about the hour. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say something, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow. The path diverges and the party makes a choice.
I already said we should check the room on the left.
Party's right, player view left, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Oh. Hi,
Yeah.
there's another one.
As Schönhoff moves to the side, and illumination thrusts down the rest of the hallway, and another door, this time with, rather than steel reinforcements of runes and magic and energy.
I could... If
It's
you would
unwise
like,
to spend our magic so early.
I don't have to. At least upon an initial test.
We also don't know what the magics on that door are.
That's a far fairer point. I was going to say, if we don't come to any conclusion about it, that I could tap it with my hammer and see what happens. I'd likely survive any individual direct harm.
But then how many of our magics would we have to expend to...
I understand. I'm
Me
merely
no worry,
saying-
Wart Lorik, let her try.
You know, Darius, you seem a bit excited at that prospect. I might think that you're trying to get me harmed.
No, I've always just been interested with anti-magic, considering we, my people, are magical peoples by nature.
I still personally think we should check this door first. For all we know, there's a key on the other side of this door, and then we don't even need to worry about it.
Have at thee. I am just submitting opinions.
Lorik is going to carefully open this door.
It begins to slide open. Oh, that is your portrait. I'm trying to grab it. There we go.
Ah.
Ta-da! As you open the door, there is no transition between the ground or the wall in the next room. Simply, at this point in view, a table to the south with a few pieces of some somewhat reflective material upon them.
Turn off. Care to shed a bit of light?
Of course.
Thank you.
What are we dealing with?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Is this a... Hey, takes a step in, looks down. I had an idea at first, and now I'm concerned. Frifter, if I wasn't already beholden for all of my coin, I would have given you one to go touch that. And she points to the helmet-looking thing.
Rifter is gonna be less interested in the helmet, and he's like, yeah, but, and then he's gonna take a look at the vials. I want to see if I can tell what kind of like substance this is, specifically if it's like a poison or if it's a medicine.
So as you move in and you look at it, you may give me a medicine check if you so wish.
Okay, cool.
Alright. As you move in, the analysis of the syringes, as they are, does not give you much of an indication to their contents. However, or as to their purpose, however, their contents seem to be that of blood, as they're kind of a very dark brown slushing around, as well as the bowl next to them having a small degree of blood in it as well, which you can very noticeably tell.
Okay.
There exist 5 syringes, each of them filled mostly full with it.
I look to the party and I ask, so, any reason someone might want to bottle someone's blood?
Interesting. Hi. Can I do something very unadvised?
Darius's eyes sort of like pop out. Wait, and then he sort of like just motions 1, 2, 3. No.
Rifter's eyes get wide as he also counts the party, and suddenly he begins to put 2 and 2 together.
How about it's probably not. Let's keep exploring.
I can't think of any time when that would have happened.
Hey, GM, I'm going to, like, open a very small cut on, like, my thumb with one of my tusks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to, like, let it drip onto this helmet-looking thing and see if anything happens.
Alright.
Your back's up.
It blows up. We all die.
So,
So I
Hate,
shoot out of the back of it.
Hate immediately begins to feel a little bit justified and a bit of sense of relief as the blood very quickly catalyzes from its red to a very dark black as it drips upon the helmet.
All right. And I pull my hand back, don't let any more happen, and I just step away.
This is me reminding you that your blood, while it is red, very quickly, like orc blood, when it's oxidized, becomes like a black. And so it is not very likely that, that since none of the vials are black, that it would not be likely to be yours.
That is a nice bit of information for me to remember.
Yeah.
No.
It could be
Great.
possible if it was completely unoxidized, but that's not necessarily something that Hate might,
Think of here
Yes.
for those vials. Yeah. So nothing happened when I dropped my blood on it. Maybe there's something special to it, but I also agree that we can probably leave for right now.
At the moment, the helmet has the front of it facing the back wall, with only the back half of it, with its kind of scaly back half of the helmet being mostly visible to you.
Kate looks back, immediately tempted by her curiosity again, and she just rotates the helmet.
Would you mind making me a history check real quick?
Really quick? Sure, I'll make
It
a
must be
history check.
fast. Mission failed. Was not fast.
You fail. Everyone fails. We all die.
Alright.
Well, I think I probably failed.
You don't know what it is, but it does have a sense of somewhat familiarity. It might be a bit abject, but there's a presence to it that it seems noticeable and something you would remember, but you don't.
Chernoff, care to see if any of that reacts with your amulet? Might be worth checking out.
Yeah, might as well give it a try.
I'm gonna cast guidance on Struenhoff as he walks out. Just pat him as he's coming by.
Let me check something real quick.
Guard your pants.
Nice. Let's keep that muted right there. I'm just making sure. I think. Alright, okay. Schoenhoff, I would like you to give me a... Are you investigating it?
Yeah.
Okay. I would like you to give me a history with disadvantage. And there is a reason for that. It's not just fuck you. Alright, fantastic. So, Yeah, very good. So, as you take a closer look at it, you remember that at one point when you were viewing through your arcane eye, you saw a helmet very similar to this one. It's one that you saw during your fight with the Executor Subtilitas, as it's a similar type of mind-cracking helmet as the one they had wrecked in.
And I turn around to the party and say, does anyone else remember this from somewhere? Or is it just me?
Does that prompting allow me to, like, joggle my memory a bit more?
Sure, he can re-roll it. Honestly, everybody can roll it if they want to.
Yeah. I imagine Lork would be a bit more familiar with it, given...
Yeah,
familiarity with the
Hate remembers it now. Rifter remembers it. Rifter will remember that. Lorik doesn't get a very good view about it, as neither does Darius, as both of them kind of get crowded out from the rest of them kind of looking at it.
Chernoff, care to explain?
I continue. These are the mind control helmets, right? The same ones that your people used.
Wrecked.
Used to cripple mages.
That would...
Not just mages, anyone with dangerous thoughts. Be that just simply cleverness or that of magical abilities, bringing someone to a state of just torpor and rest and inability to act almost, but in any form but the most basic of ways.
So what purpose do we think the vials have in relation to the helmet?
I have a theory, but it might be pretty far-fetched.
We could use a theory, even if it is far-fetched.
They could be using, if they extract a victim's blood and somehow use it with this helmet in one way or another, maybe they don't even have to have the helmet on them anymore. Like remote control from far distances.
There's a moment where Hate blinks, and then she clutches Greg a bit tighter and says, "So can we just destroy it? Or are we going to leave little evidence of our passage through here?"
Lork was about to say that magic items are hard to destroy, but then he remembers Greg exists.
You also would know that, given your brief times as a actually, give me a history investigation with advantage.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, not exactly brief. Hey, can you give me a guidance, potentially?
Well, you'll hear why it's brief in a moment.
Okay.
Alright. Your brief bits of course coverage that you do remember on, like, the whole Subtilitas side of things, seeing as it was not your specialty. You would know that these items are actually non-magical. They're like a physical suppression of one's mind, as they like clamp down upon like the temples and kind of cause an innate dampening of thought.
Theory about the long-distance mind control seems... You got me thinking about it, and I was actually able to remember something. These helmets aren't magical. They're specifically just a physical mechanism meant to slow the mind to a point where the victim can't enact plans or anything of the sort, or cast magic.
A neutralizer.
A non-magical neutralizer.
A temporary lobotomy.
I say we break it.
But that just makes those vials seem...
It's out of place. That's the problem.
Maybe it's purposefully out of place.
Could just be they happen to choose this area to store them in.
We don't have enough information from this complex. We should really be looking.
I agree. We need to
Hi.
keep moving.
I propose that we leave the rune-marked door for later, though. In case we find something out about it. It still poses a potential danger, and that doesn't seem wise to deal with that yet.
Careful where you step. We don't want to mess with the ash trail.
DM, could you move me with the party? I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, piss baby. Leave us.
Alright, who wants
man.
control of Evan's character?
Not I. I barely have enough brain cells to control one character.
Alright, I see how it
I'll
is.
be back in like 2 seconds. You don't need to go that drastic. Just
Alright. I misunderstood. The party turns the corner to a new selection of doors and the same monotonous wall, almost completely unchanging, eerily so.
Is that another rune-marked door to the south?
I think that
Nice
was
to think
to our
when you
right.
lived there.
I mean, he said it in his character voice.
It would appear so.
And you'd be right.
Maybe those
Well, at least
doors
that
lead
can-
to the same room.
Or it's not special, and it's just the way that locks look in this room, in this place. And I try the door directly above me.
Like opening it?
Yeah, I try opening it.
Alright. Creak! The door creaks open with a little bit of a squeak.
Can't see anything from this angle, and hey, we'll we'll let the actual tank walk forward.
Enough. Can I borrow your light?
I believe it's. Oh wait, hold on. No. I didn't say anything. Retard moment.
Is this?
There's nothing in here.
You see that? I want to say residue on the ground.
Yeah, I also see that.
Besides that,
Lork is gonna crouch down and see if he can determine anything about the residue with relative safety.
Would you like to describe to me what you mean by relative safety? Just like looking at it?
Initially looking at it to see if there's anything special about it, if it's caked on or anything like that, or if it's dust or something like that.
Investigation.
If it's caked on, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say if it's
He's-
caked on, he would like try to scrape it at it with temperance to see what happens.
Clearly, Lork is just saying he's not about to like lick it.
It's purple and a little bit like small and bumpy, but beyond that, you can make no observations simply by looking at it.
Random question: do you all know of anyone of any type of creature that bleeds and then their blood dries purple, pinkish purple?
say I do.
This doesn't seem likely to be some kind of blood. It's raised off the floor in a bump pattern. Here, I can try to demonstrate. And this is where Lork would go to actually try and scrape at it with temperance.
Alright,
To test the
as you
consistency.
do so, like the first little bit of scrape kind of pulls a little bit of it up, and it begins to, rather than being these small little bumps and almost dust all over the place, As you kind of scrape on it, they kind of move together a little bit and stick together, kind of pulling it and keeping it so that it's one piece.
Yeah, that sounds dangerous. Alright. We're gonna try the next door.
Maybe it's some form of fungus or ooze or something of the sort.
I have never met an ooze that wasn't on our side.
That's a good point.
Lack of current evidence is not a lack of possibility.
Well, if it's an ooze, maybe Slork can talk to it.
Not the worst idea I've heard. Smirnoff, care to do the honors?
And I kind of just poke my head out and gesture him over.
Stork looks at it and kind of struggles to walk over it a little bit. And just very intently trying not to be on it. And then looks at you.
It appears as if he doesn't even want to touch the stuff. That's honestly quite strange for him.
I take it back. I may have finally met an ooze that isn't friendly. Deuced?
Assuming that is an ooze in the first place. Let's check this next door, see if we can find any more information there.
I'll open the door. I'm not afraid.
Have at it.
Alright, that's not... I don't like what I see in there already.
Nor I.
Shine a little bit of light on the situation.
Aye.
As you follow forward past your front liney boys, you see beneath you a bit of a change of pace for the place. Rather than being one piece of stone, there are hundreds of stones, each with their own small marking, forming this circular pattern around the central piece with a gentle red clay at its center, and a couple more of those blue pulsing lines in runes similar to the way that the doors are.
It seems to be getting stranger and stranger.
Do you think that this might be related to the doors?
There's always a possibility.
Exploring Ancient Dungeons and Ruins 201. Open all of your doors before you start tinkering with random bullshit.
However, these markings seem interesting. Can Lork decipher any of the markings on the bricks?
None at all. They are not in like any form of script you would recognize.
Nobody can read these if they are even writing.
Is it
Let me,
any language you
take any-
recognized?
Hey, question: do they look similar to the paper sheets that we got? The little scrabbled.
They do
letters?
not, surprisingly. But that is a good pickup. I had not considered that. No, they are not.
I'm gonna kneel down and get a closer look.
Okay. Give me an investigation. Arcana.
And
As you look at them and kind of search around, just looking at each piece, a clear pattern emerges in that none of the symbols ever repeat. Every single symbol is unique in its own complete way. Not even any components of any of the symbols seem to repeat. If there's a small horizontal slash at one spot at the bottom, none of the others share that characteristic. Each one is wholly unique to each other in a very strange way.
And I start moving around the circle, dragging my finger between them. None of these are repeating. They're all unique in their own way, whatever they are.
So then it's not a language.
That's for
Or
sure.
this could be the primer of some obscure language.
Would be a ritual of some kind.
Again, we are a little low on information.
Aye. Let's continue down the hallway, see if we can find anything else out. And we're agreed on leaving the ruined doors closed for now, right?
Well, considering we only have 2 more doors that we are currently aware of, until then, sure.
Maybe
All right.
best.
So, left or right?
Right way's right.
Lork is going to open the right door.
Okay.
Alright.
I hate how much noise these doors make. It feels like we're learning everything in a 10-mile radius.
That's because we are.
Cry about it.
Turn off if you would. Barrels and a box.
Barrels? A box? That sounds like a chest. Hey, it's going to immediately run over to it.
Hey, wait. We don't know what that is yet.
I didn't say I was going to open it, and she looks at it intently. No physical contact, just standing right next to it.
I think we ought to get our procurement specialist in here.
Hate, would you give me a investigation while you're right next to it? Actually, perception.
Oh, perception.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love to give you a perception. Except my roll is going to almost certainly be lower than... Wow, it did beat my passive perception. Holy shit.
So as you kind of approach, you see one slightly bizarre thing about it, in that the cap on the top of the crate is not entirely closed properly. It's kind of resting in a way that would be very close to being sealed, but like the 2 of the corners are kind of twisted a little bit in such a way that it's just barely like not completely sealed, so you could lift it without damaging it if you so chose.
Shit's a mimic.
I tap it with Greg. Not like in a violent way, just like in one of those you wouldn't expect to be tapped by a Warhammer kind of ways.
You give it a little bonk, and the little lid just moves like a 1/4 of an inch.
Does it latch in, or does it like pop back up a bit?
Oh, are you knocking it like towards like being
No,
closed?
no, not really. I was just like, if it did move, I assume that's what you meant had happened.
No, it moved a little bit like farther away from being closed. You kind of
Alright,
bonked
cool.
it to the side a bit.
All right, I step away. I let our procurement specialist take a look. I point out the like weird, not fully closed nature of it.
Excuse me, Hoff?
Let me rephrase. Less weird and more so not the state that you leave a crate in when you're finished with it.
Ooh, somebody might be coming back soon.
All right.
Sure.
I heard something about procurement specialist.
I was referring to Rifter, but I thank you for your confidence.
Oh, I didn't know Rifter was a merchant. We'll have to talk later.
I was
He's being
polite about Rifter.
euphemistic.
I was being polite about Rifter's profession.
Appreciate it, mate. And I walk aside, and I'd like to check for any sort of traps or shenaniganry.
I'm sorry, I'm just not over that. Like, the idea that you could be like, look, we have our friends who shoots people, and we have our other friend who takes cameras, and you're like, would you please take a shot at him real quick? And the gun guy goes there, and he's like, no, not you. I'm not talking about you. And it's like, what? But that's literally what I do. And he's like, yeah, but I was being euphemistic.
So yeah,
Not even necessary. The top is already off. Like, as both you and Darius could have told, you're able to see that it's a bit of a strange, excuse me. As far as the crate is concerned, everything is mundane. It even has the standard packaging info that comes in traveling from Perun Empire, in which all packages that are like very long distance are required to have their like to and from locations as a way to avoid thievery. And this one was destined for here and came from our Hectorum.
Okay.
The tip of the crate currently has a little bit of a wedge in it, as you are able to pop it off if you so choose with your...
I'll go ahead and do that.
Hand.
Kind of taking a little bit of one of your daggers, you flip off the top and slide it off to the side, and inside there's currently a large degree of straw, very dry, very normal straw strewn about the top of it. Not in a way that one would package straw, but much as a filler itself.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
Does the manifest have any info about the contents of the box?
It says handle with care.
Darius, perhaps you should hold on to this manifest. It might be useful information later.
It's very basic information, Lorik.
Still, it's useful to know that something was shipped here from Hectorum. Presumably within the recent past.
Alright.
Actually, does it have a date on it?
It does not. But you obviously know that it could only have been within the past 6 months, as it was not called our Hectorum before then.
Does it have a return address on the manifesto?
It does not.
Like what building it would be from. Okay.
It is simply listed our Hectorum.
What's inside the
Damn,
box?
how the hell did they get that past the postal service? I swear every single time I try and do something, it's what's the return address?
I'm gonna go ahead and check to see what's inside the box.
Would you mind giving me a dexterity real quick?
Okay.
Saving throw or just flat dexterity?
Just flat dex.
Flat dex. F.
Alright. You kind of search around and you kind of bonk into something, and you feel a jolt of pain go through your hand as you lose half of your hit points and your hand becomes exceptionally swollen.
Okay.
Thanks.
Rifter, are you alright?
Like, Rifter kind of lurches backwards a little bit into Hate and Lorik.
I don't know what that is, but you want to check it out? Don't touch it.
Seeing that Rifter had very little success with reaching around in there, Lorik is going to strategically move and remove very small amounts of straw from the box at a time until he can see at least a little bit of what the thing is.
As you go through and remove more and more straw, you begin to see a tiny bit of silver, like a small outprodding of silver, kind of peeks through some of the straw.
I'm gonna leave the room.
Is it something you're familiar with?
Nope. I just, I don't know.
That's a very fair point. We don't know. And also, Rifter, are you okay?
One.
That didn't seem You know, the easiest way to figure this out is just to tip the box over, right?
That's a good point.
Just open the box. Oh my god, fine. I won't leave the room.
Yeah, I'll
Lork
just
is
like
going
step
to-
over to the side and I'm just going to like, tilt the box over.
over onto the side where Lork didn't put the straw, right?
Exactly.
I mean-
the chest, the crate is part of the same thing. So the barrels did not move. You only moved the crate. I'll go ahead and turn that preemptively.
You're all terrible at opening packages.
This is a package that made Richter's hand swell up to about twice the normal size.
So... Oh my god.
You okay?
Yes. Yeah. He's doing that in real life.
Oh,
Why
okay.
can we not just use something to cover our hands? We don't need to pour things out.
We don't know if a hand covering would work. Actually, was Rifter wearing gloves?
Rifter wears gloves all the time.
Yes.
So yeah.
Interesting.
Rifter wears
I-
gloves.
Fine.
I've never seen Rifter take gloves off, so I would imagine that.
As it
I-
spills out, you hear this clink clink and a little bit of a scrape on the ground as it kind of falls onto the stone. As there is just this tiara of silver inlaid with multiple brilliant shining rubies.
That fits my aesthetic of eventually wearing and living in a palace.
I'm going
Hey,
to
if
assume
you wore that, I don't think you would be living much longer.
Yes, but I'm just claiming it preemptively. We'll figure out the rest of it later.
Would we each like to take turns touching it and seeing if it affects them?
I would rather not.
I'll go first, considering I'm somewhat resistant to magical effects. And Darius reaches down to touch it, just very lightly with like his outstretched finger.
How do you touch it?
He just rests the hand on the base of it's a tiara, right? So on
Yes.
the base of one of the things that wrap around the back of the head.
Alright. As you gently put your hand on it and kind of just barely tap it, nothing happens.
All right, I'm going to move further into two fingers.
It's all good.
All right, pick it up into the hand.
You're holding it like it's kind of resting in your hand. The bottom of the tiara is flat, just forming its semicircle as it sits in your palm.
He's going to prep his other hand and sort of like lightly touch the top crown portion of the tiara with his other hand.
Like the tippy top?
Yeah.
You touch the tippy top on its little inlaid silver point, and it's a little bit sharp, but obviously you didn't push down on it.
He's gonna brush the gems on it.
Immediately it shoots to the side, like the other part of the room. It kind of bounces off the wall to your right and then back behind the barrels, and you take 50 points in damage.
50?
Yes, half your health.
Ah.
Thank you for stress
You're-
testing that for me. Don't touch the gems.
Your fingers that you brush off, it kind of it shows just this reddened area where, as you slid along, in the brief moment before it ricketed off, and you just have this almost as if it was a whipped belt along your fingers, just swelling.
Are you all right?
Oh. He inhaled and was holding a breath in for 10 seconds as he just looked at his fingers.
Whatever this thing is dangerous.
Perhaps it's intended as a torture device of some
I
kind?
see.
All right, so there's a very small thing that I would like to check, and I'm going to ask. Are you willing to take part in part 2 of this experiment?
It depends.
I'll use my magic to bring you back up if anything happens.
Fine. Lorik, you think I could get some aid on this? I'll take half, you take the other half.
Wait, that's the experiment I would like to try.
Oh?
Could you heal yourself just a small amount. Enough that you feel like you could take another one of those blows, but not much more.
I know what you're trying to test, Hate. I would prefer we don't.
Lorik is going to give 15 lay on hands points each to Rifter and Darius.
Rifter from his Thieves Tools, he's actually gonna go ahead and break out and by the way, thank you. His pliers, and he's gonna look to hand it to Lorik or grab it himself, either one. Also, I don't know what the effects are with lay on hands, but that 50 HP is more than
15. 15.
Oh, 15. Okay.
Jeez, like, yes, he can throw out a lot of lay on hands points, but I don't think he's given 50 to each of you.
Dude, I thought it was between the two of us.
Oh, I said 15 to Rifter and 15 to Darius.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and grab it with the pliers.
It kind of the silver, while not exceptionally soft, does you kind of squeeze it a little bit hard, and it leaves a very slight indent in it as you pick it up.
You don't need to. Just don't touch the gems.
Hate will hold her hands out for it.
I hate to temper the craftsmanship. It is gorgeous, even if it is deadly.
I'll say
We don't know if it's deadly yet. We just know that it's harmful.
We can discuss that later. Do any of us have something like a bag of holding or a handy haversack? Something to store the crown in safely?
I pull out my winter blanket and I say, I can wrap it in this.
I think we've established that physical distance doesn't matter much.
To be fair, Rifter was rooting around in there and probably touched it, and then, well, Darius wasn't harmed until he specifically touched the gems.
Lorik?
Yes.
Now, as you are much closer to it, would you mind giving me a... What's your passive perception, actually?
Passive perception would be 11.
Okay. Then give me a roll.
Okay.
No
I don't
worries.
suppose I can get a guidance there. No? Okay.
Listen, you need to ask for the guidance before you press the roll, and then I will click the guidance button.
Yeah, fair.
Would you like to assume... Would Hate like to declare that they're giving out guidance to people at random intervals, such that each person would have a 50-50 chance of having it when the time comes?
You know, I'm perfectly fine with this.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because there's 4 people, and you could technically have it up on 2 people given turn order or whatever.
But yeah, Rifter's gonna go ahead and suggest,
I say we break it down, turn it into a weapon.
But
Are you sure that none of us have something magical to contain it in for the meantime, for the utmost safety?
I
I don't...
have a bag of holding.
That's perfect. As I recall, you can decide what part of the item to grab when you grab it out of the bag, correct?
Or else it would be incredibly unsafe to try and grab a knife or something.
Well, with
So we
proper
keep it there in
technique,
the
you can
meantime.
grab a blade.
Well, yes, but when you can't see into it, you don't
I
know
understand.
how you're grabbing it.
Darius, would you be alright with keeping that crown in the bag of holding for the meantime?
Sure.
Just to be safe.
There's not a whole lot of room in it. It's not an extremely large bag of holding, but it's, I try to save space for things like this, so.
If you'd like, I can carry some things in there to free up some space.
I recently emptied it, don't worry about it.
Ah.
Goes on. As you are about to release it, you just take a look at it, and it's just brilliant dark ruby inlays. They kind of shine and sparkle a bit as it there in that dark, and gets closed up.
After it's fully put inside of the sack, Hate adds I've heard stories of certain magical items causing massive explosions when they enter bags of holding.
That's usually other items that deal with the planes, as I recall.
Like putting a bag of holding into a bag of
Oh,
holding.
jeez. Can you repeat that, Darius?
Like placing a bag of holding into a bag of holding.
Aye. Wait, hey, do you still have that paper with the riddle on it?
Yes? No, wait, do I? I don't
Yes,
remember
you
if
do.
the thing ate it. Okay.
Would you like me to post it for the party?
I would absolutely be okay with someone posting it for the party.
Da 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 da.
That last line seems poignant.
Guys, I would like to say that I think that we should check the other room before we start worrying about that.
Aye.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna, just move over here, just open the door as soon as there's light for me to actually see with.
This door a little bit less creaky, but still like.
More
Oh.
barrels.
Rifter, could you go and check and see if those barrels in there were, openable at all, or if they were just...
Riptor's gonna go ahead and walk over and check the barrels.
The barrels are completely sealed. They could be opened if you had the proper tools or if you were willing to put a little bit of destructive force behind them.
Okay, well, I do have a crowbar, so...
That would do so if you wish to do so.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and crowbar it open.
Alright. The back ones are far less interesting as they instantly begin oozing a liquid. It begins to smell of liquor.
Oh, okay. In that case, I'm gonna prop it up. Trying not to touch anything because last time I touched something, it nearly killed
You
me.
die!
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and like prop it open by like just poking it with the crowbar, like keeping them both up. And I just acknowledge that
All
there's
good.
alcohol in them. I go over and I just say, bear.
Oh, so we're dealing with someone who's...
It's more of like a hard liquor.
Okay, vodka.
So they smuggled the tiara in with a legitimate liquor shipment.
Ingenious.
Those bastards.
I
the
can't
reason
believe
it's
they're
so-
tainting liquor.
You know what?
Smuggling.
Hold on. I don't have a name. Let me get a name real quick.
Getting a brand name for some liquor?
Yeah. I'm gonna
Dude,
go...
vodka is my favorite vodka.
Alright, important info. Where in the Empire is it coming from? Let's
Where in the
see.
world is Carmen liquor?
Carmensville,
True? Based?
the town of Carmen.
Let's go with Rocky Rolcom. No, Rolcom Rocky.
Okay. So, do we think the barrels in there are the same thing? Or do we think
Let's
they
find
have
out.
anything interesting in them?
I'll step most of the way into the room, but stop before, crossing any invisible boundaries in Hate's mind.
Schoenhoff, can we borrow your light once again?
This is getting interesting. Hate kind of is like contemplating in her own head if she just wants to hold a sunbeam for a second, and then remembers it only lasts for a minute and it would not be worth wasting her 7th level slot.
Schoenhoff,
Can you repeat that?
Light.
can you let us borrow your light?
Adis, light.
Holy, that's a lot more in here.
Are those two things on the right more casks?
Those are casks, however, they are currently open, facing upright, and they are filled with a more clean water. The barrels on
Clean water.
the barrels on the north side are actually like much thinner in diameter. They are that much sharper cylindrical size, being about the same height, but only about like maybe 1.5 feet in diameter. So they're probably about like 4 times as tall as they are wide. Tall being if they were turned sideways to sit on their faces.
All right, so I'm going to touch the water with a finger.
It is water.
It is water.
All right,
Lork
I'm
is
gonna
going
take it. Lord can do whatever he was going to do. Hate was just going to take a drink of water.
It is
Lork is
very refreshing. It's some very pure water.
Lork is going to stand one of the casks upright and invite Rifter to open it.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead, crowbar it open.
Alright. Give me a... Nah. You got time. There's no pressure on it. It's not like there's
I
a
got time.
failure case here.
Yeah, I
Actually,
got
there
time.
is a failure case here. Give me a thieves' tools.
Okay, cool.
Just not a 1. TM.
Please, just a one, TM.
Nah. You this time being less destructive, you kind of reach under and you kind of pop off the cap as it's facing upwards, and inside you see this like mix of a like gray powder, almost ashy kind of powder on the inside of this barrel.
Does Hate happen to know about the proper methods of making alcohols?
I think you'd have a basic understanding of it.
Okay. Does that look like the inside char of like actually charring a barrel for?
It does not.
You know-
It is completely filled. Like not just along the rims. It is like
Oh.
entirely packaged full of this
It's
like
just
white
ash.
gray dust ash
It's a
material.
powder keg.
Lol.
Does it smell like anything, just from where Lork is currently?
It smells, and don't think I'm trolling with this. It smells very dry and almost arid. It smells like it absorbs a lot of stuff. Like it gets
I'm
rid
going
of stuff.
Yes, but how does it taste as Darius approaches?
A little bit salty, Kappa.
So I'm going to do something very, very pertinent. I'm going to take the shield I am never using again and scoop out a small amount of this dust, whatever it is. Step closer to the water itself, and I'm going to cast Sacred Fire on the dust after I throw it on the ground a bit.
Okay.
See if it seems to burn any faster than just regular dust.
As you
'cause
cast-
dust does burn faster.
Can you go ahead and press Sacred Fire?
Click.
You kind of... The fire burns maybe ever so slightly more than normal, and then it's left with about the same degree of ash, but with a little bit less white. It's much more gray now. And now also like much more of a single cohesive piece rather than dust. It's kind of a bit more like clay.
Care to scoop some of that into the water? There might be something there. We might be able to determine
Ooh.
something that way.
Well, I don't want to waste the whole barrel of water, so I'm gonna pull some of it out with my shield and see if it reacts to any of like the lingering dust on the shield. Using my shield as a giant
Right,
spoon.
of course. It kind of washes off a little bit of the dust from there. As it kind of whoosh, pulls a lot of it down onto the ground, making a little bit of a wet mess. Not that it doesn't create wet messes everywhere they go.
Hey, only. Yeah, I think we should try like the whole thing in one of these barrels because I am curious.
Well, hey, care to help me tip this thing over?
Hay will absolutely
Without-
help him like lift this thing and like take it over and pour it into one of these barrels. Wait, should we use the barrel? Should we use this into the water or some of the water into this?
I would say this into the water. It's more likely to be able to hold the water barrel is more likely to be able to hold the dust.
Fair enough. All right. I'll help him lift it over to this barrel because I liked that one. This one gave me good, clean water. Fuck that one.
Favoritism.
Based. You guys pick up the singular barrel of the 10, kind of move it over, and how do you proceed? You are at the barrel with water, and you are holding the barrel without water.
I guess we're just gonna try and tip a bit of it into the water barrel.
Yeah.
You like shake out a little bit, and it kind of sinks very gently in the water as it makes its way to the bottom before resting.
Eventually, someone's going to have to taste this if we're truly investigating.
Darius already tasted it.
I meant the mixture in the water.
Ah. It doesn't look like it's mixing, though.
That's fair. Some things only dissolve if there's proper amounts of heat, but I don't think that I feel like doing that right now.
Nora.
Wait, does this mean that the only remaining doors are our special ones?
We could always investigate the strange dome more.
True. Does somebody... Hate's going to ask if anyone has a small container on them so we can just take some of the dust.
Rifter does, but he just hands it to you, and he says, "I ain't going near that."
Have we tried mixing the combined substance ourselves instead of just letting it dissolve?
We haven't. I'm gonna take my water skin out and I'm just gonna like siphon I'm going in with my hand into the dust at this point.
Before you can do that, sure enough, wait, I do have, yeah. I conjure a mage hand for the first time in the entire campaign.
Yo!
Let's
And
Yo!
just start slowly mixing it.
Base. Like just stirring around in the barrel, or in the barrel with
with
water?
the
Or...
mage hand. The combined.
Yeah, okay,
Well,
yeah.
actually, yeah. With the combined substances.
It ends up mixing a little bit, but for the most part, when it gets added to the water, you find that the little bits of it almost forms like a clay insulation is the outer part of it. It's not very stable, but the parts that get wet kind of help prevent the bits that are more coreward from getting wet, and so as you stir it around, those layers gradually break apart on the outside, and it becomes much more ingratiated into the water.
Okay, so this is a GM question. With thaumaturgy, I can make a, casual, small rumble in the ground. Could I cast it on like a really centralized location and maybe, stir some water?
I'd say so, yeah. You could make a tiny little whirlpool, like you'd be stirring a cup or a small like pot or something. I could see that here, yeah.
Cool. It's already been mixed. I'm just gonna keep that in mind for future reference.
Yeah.
Does this door? So I'm gonna just casually be chilling next to this door as everyone makes their next decision, not threatening it with Greg or anything, just looking at it. Does it look like anything I have ever seen before? And reminder, Hate has no skill in Arcana.
Hate has seen doors.
Cool.
So it does look something like something you've seen. At a bare minimum.
I'd like to check to see if it's trapped.
How would you like to go about seeing that if it's trapped?
I'm going to go ahead and use my proficiency in thieves' tools, because that is a rules as written mechanic. Because thieves' tools good.
You kind of pry around the edges and you see nothing that would indicate if like opening the door might cause any mechanisms to trigger.
I basically oh god.
Out of character, if there is like a magical trap, can thieves' tools rules as written pick that up? Okay, that's kind of strange.
It doesn't rule that it doesn't specifically say magical or either.
No, it specifically uses the Arcana stat as well. So
Oh,
to me
okay.
that implies, yeah, you can. It's
I
not
was
that
gonna
you
say,
know what like magical traps look like. It's that you know how they're placed.
and yeah, I was gonna say if that wasn't the case, I should check it magically for traps or something.
But yeah, I basically just look over it like once or twice. I poke at it a little. I just give Hate a thumbs up and then back up a little.
I still propose that we check that other room first, see if there's any arcane mechanism there.
That might be best.
That's entirely fair. But I'll have you know, there's only one more time I'm passing one of these doors before I tap it with Greg.
Of course, and I would expect nothing else. This has been somewhat trying on all of our collective patience, I would imagine. Smirnoff, can I trouble you for your light once again? Thank you.
Is
I am
that
once again
is
asking for your
that
light.
patience thing a jab out of character?
No,
Okay, good. Because I was gonna say
It-
like it better not be.
it's literally Lorik being up at like 1 a.m. trying to navigate this weird as fuck place.
Isn't that just what you want to be doing at 1 a.m.? Lol.
Oh
What
boy, 1 a.m.
What kind of
I
dungeon?
don't-
Hey, give me a dungeon at 1 a.m. What kind of dungeon? I don't know. What kind of dungeons get explored at 1 a.m.? The party.
I want you to understand that Hate is incredibly excited because exploring a genuine dungeon is something that happens very rare outside of, the very magical dungeon near Hectorum, which doesn't count in her mind.
So, Smirnoff, is there anything you can tell right off the bat about the rune circles around the clay, it looks like?
Aside from what I already observed, no.
Then, in your opinion, do you think it's at least somewhat safe to interact with the clay? See if there's any sort of mechanism there.
I find it highly unlikely that this could figuratively or literally blow up in our faces. So we might as well try.
Anyone have any objections to me seeing if this activates something?
No.
I think you are very, very aware of the fact that I'm pro-activating.
Lorik is gonna root around a little bit carefully in the clay to see if he can find some sort of mechanism.
Alright. I would like you to roll me a D100.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
Alright.
Oh
Let me pull up me ye old map. As you kind of put your hand on the clay a little bit, for a moment you see like in a completely different location, you just look as there's just this expanse of woodlands, just nothing but trees the entire ways around. You're still standing on the ground. There's foliage everywhere around you. There's animals off in the distance. There's bugs crawling under feet. You see everything as you're actually physically there in just the depths of a completely, not decaying, but a very natural, very uncurated forest. The kind where the trees that fall over continue to be fallen over for 20 years as they grow their growths and new mushrooms and everything.
This seems to be some sort of scrying chamber, if I were to take a guess.
The rest of the party just sees him kind of moving around a little bit as he's like pushing his hand on that bit of clay.
Lorik is gonna remove his hand and turn to face the rest of the party, or remove his hand from the clay.
Yeah. As you pick your hand up from the ground of the forest floor, all of your vision returns to where you are currently.
Well, did you see anything?
It seems to be some sort of scrying chamber. I saw a forest. I don't know where, but
Might
I
I
would
make
hazard to
a
guess it's not in the
suggestion?
Empire. Yes, go right ahead.
Hate takes a bit of rope out and then waits to see if her suggestion is immediately apparent.
That seems incredibly unwise. Hate.
I just hold on to one end of the rope and I just start dangling it through the
Ah,
the
that
center.
is not what I expected.
Oh, don't worry. I was going to do this first to see if I could convince you afterwards. Does it actually like hit a bottom or anything?
No, like when I say, I mean it is just like when he put his hand on it, he didn't go through the clay at all. He just
Ah,
put his hand on the clay, maybe pushing like maybe a quarter of an inch as he just put his weight on it, and it just kind of formed around him. But otherwise, like he was just there as if he was kind of crouching down on regular ground.
I'm going to step on a slightly different place than him, and I'm going to place my hand down on a different place than he did.
Give me a D100 and make it explode if it's 41. The dice explode, not you.
Dice.
Nice. 35. Da-da-da-da-da. This time you find yourself at a hilly landscape fairly barren of any forms of vegetation beyond sparse patches of flower and grass as a river cuts through the nearby area. In the far distance, there's a bit of smoke off on the horizon, and a few horses graze as well.
So, like, do I get any sense of my body as I'm doing this?
You do not.
So
You
Hate's going
feel
to.
that while you observe as though you are there, you still feel it as a very disconnected experience. You are observing something, you do not feel yourself as a presence.
Interesting. Hate is going to explicitly say, "Were there any horses near where you were looking?"
Hold on.
Not as far as I
No,
could tell.
no, 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 no. Hate continues to just have her hand on it for a while, and Hate, you ask
Oh.
your question. And after about like 6 seconds, it's weird that no one has responded.
All right, I pull my hand off
There you go.
and I ask, "Did I ask a question?"
Not as far as I could tell.
Interesting.
Maybe it's a trick question. Yes?
No, I looked at a place that was a bit rocky and had some horses, and I was asking if there were horses where you looked.
Again, not as far as I could tell.
Interesting. I wonder if we could. Hate's going to like do. She's going to set herself up for failure. If I just tap it a couple of times in quick succession, does anything happen?
When you
Do
say
I get
tap it, what do you mean?
like place my hand on until I see a new location, pull it off immediately upon registering that I see a new location, and then tap it again?
It takes
And
about
as
like
a
3 or
thrust.
4 seconds, like to whoosh, kind of pull you in and let go of you.
Okay. Am I getting like vague senses of a new location each time I'm doing that, or if I'm touching the same place, do I get the same place?
It is a different experience.
Hate begins to have a stroke.
Hate fucking dies.
Would you like me to see if this has any locations we remember? It seems like each time I touch it, I get a vision at a different location. At least each time I've touched it so far. It might just cycle through things.
Perhaps it's best if we only spend maybe 3 more attempts on it. We do still have to find our quarry.
I finally want to do something other than break down those magical doors. And then she touches it.
Alright, roll me a d4.
4.
Let's find that.
One.
1. Okay. What were you
One.
thinking of?
I wanted to see if I could find either like a Hectorum or specifically like our
Okay.
house. Like if there's
As
a
you
place.
kind of put it in, nice. You see immediately that you're standing right outside the entrance to your guys' home. Or you yourself are kind of standing outside the entrance. Not standing, kneeling down with your hand on the ground in front of the bushes and roses at your home.
Okay, so immediately after that, I'm going to I'm going to take my hand off, very heavily picture the perspective from literally right here looking in, and I'm going to touch it again.
As you touch it, you actually move immediately.
Where did she go?
Kate realizes she doesn't have the stealth to stealth up behind Darius and scare him, so she just says, I'm here.
Oh, interesting. What happened there?
So the one right before that, I was thinking of home and I was looking directly in front of home. And so that one, I was thinking of this position right here and looking in. Then when I touched it, I was here.
Home, huh? Just
Oh,
permit me
sorry.
do something just really quickly. I've always wondered what it looks like now. Darius is going to picture his original home.
All right. As you touch the area, I would like you to roll me a d4.
Darius just zoops away. He's
Well,
gone.
4.
all right. As you put your hand on it, you ultimately, it takes a little bit of getting used to as there's a little bit of resistance on you, but eventually it kind of starts to come to. You're near the core of the town that you grew up in at, fucking however I pronounce SD. I forget what it is right now.
Just say SD.
Yeah, SD.
San Diego.
SD Final Destination. And you look around, and there's a very great eeriness to it. Almost every building, like you recognize all the buildings. They are all the buildings that you were at. Normally there would be people, not necessarily bustling activity, but there would be people moving about. There would be like conversations being had about upcoming plans or like preparations to be had about like culling and maintaining of the livestock. But not only is there no life present here, there's also like most of the buildings have almost fallen into decay. It's about as much as you would expect from like a year or so of absence. There's no one there, but it is unmistakably your home.
He takes his hand off. Interesting.
What did you find?
Nothing. And that's the weird part. It was my home, but it was abandoned.
Are you
Maybe.
sure that we see things as it is?
You teleported behind us. I would only assume that it would be the present.
Well, there is a chance that it does a slightly different effect if I'm thinking of a place in here.
While y'all are doing that, Rifta, give me the D4. Alright, as you put your hand on it, you see in front of you a tall, dark black mansion. It's very well designed, and it's got excellent columns and great yard work and all of the things that you would expect. But it's not the Volstra mansion. It's some other place. It's something similar, for sure, like a very, very much in the same style, but it's not that one. It's different. Someone else is of a very similar place.
Is that the only glimpse I get?
I mean, yeah, you can keep looking around, but it's very like
I'd like
that.
to keep looking around to try to tell what part of the country I'm in.
It's sitting at the crest. Like it's when I say it's similar to the Volstra Manor, I mean like almost all of the things that you could clearly define about it being like it's at the coast between like a forest and a river. It's kind
I
of
see.
in that area. Like it's one of those situations, but it's not the one. It's like
I
when
see.
you see a doppelganger out in like if you see someone who's like, oh, that looks like my friend, but you know that that's not your friend. It's like
Yeah.
that.
Okay. I undo as soon as I can. And I look at my hand and I silently contemplate the information.
Did you discover anything interesting?
I think they may have renovated. But I would need to see it. When we passed by here, I can't remember. The details, they seem foggy, different. I'm not sure exactly. The same architecture. Forgive me, I'm rambling. No, nothing of current events.
May want to try something.
I will,
Lork is
but
going to think
Hold
of
on,
the
Shinhop
scion.
first.
Oh, sorry.
no. I thought he was talking to me because he cut
Oh.
off and then
Got it.
didn't say anything. So go ahead.
Lork is going to touch it while thinking of the Scion and the guys that they've appeared in each time that we've seen them so far. That supposedly dead Subtilitas.
Alright, D4. Alright. All of a sudden, Lorik disappears from in front of you guys, and Lorik, you see nothing but darkness around you.
Oh, fuck.
Did he say what he was about to do?
No, he didn't. Where did he go?
I have an idea. I step up and I think of wherever Lork happens to be real loudly in my thoughts, and then I press it.
D4.
As I'm pressing, I'm saying, I am thinking of Lork.
You end up taking a look, and you see in front of you a tall, like, structure, almost castle-like, sitting around where there's a great deal of rivers and multiple different Delmar moving in and about at an encampment. A little bit of looking around reveals it to be the Delmar of High Castle, the stronghold itself.
Do I see our friend, our valiant member, Lork?
You do not.
I'm lifting my hand, and I am pressing it again with slightly increased desperation of the same thought.
D4. And we'll get to what Lorik was doing in a moment. All of a sudden, Hate disappears. Did Hate say what they were doing?
I did before the first one.
Okay.
Holy
Alright.
Darius,
Lork.
without a word, places his hand down, thinking. Snap to Lorik.
Alright. Lorik, first let's go to you. You kind of put your hand on it and instantly it's more surreal than the other time. You are not observing it, you feel as you are at the location. It is not, there is no light anywhere, it is pitch black, purely nothing but darkness. Underneath there's a wetness to the, not quite gravelly, but the rough stone underneath. As your hand goes from the soft clay to hard rock.
Lork kind of catches himself before he makes any exclamations because he doesn't know what's here. But in his mind, it's just alarm bells. But
And so you sit there just waiting for a few moments.
yeah, he's trying to listen for something because he doesn't want to light something in case there's someone else here.
Yeah, I see. Alright. Hate. You find yourself in a somewhat similar situation. The stone underhand gently crushed and almost rubbleized a little bit as you find yourself in a very dark area that even your dark vision provides you little respite from.
I do one of those very simple move my arms all like outstretched and like just twist my torso to see if there's anything like right next to me.
Alright, as you do so, you feel that to your right and in front of you, from where you are right now, there's walls. Lorik, you hear a gonk. There's a little bit of a bonk next to you. Like the sound of, well, I'll just be obvious about it. Like the sound of a hand bonking into a stone wall.
All right, so Lork, I'm pretty sure you didn't get 20 times denser than before, so that probably wasn't you.
So that's you then, Hate.
Hopefully the rest are coming soon.
Hold on. Let's stop there because that's probably about the time. Darius, you want to give me your roll? What do you think?
He thinks exactly about Lorik and where the hell he could be.
Mm-hmm. Go for it. Yeah, seems about the same. You end up putting it on and you end up seeing the tree just outside your Hectorum home, where one of the last times that you were blind and you had a meaningful, deep conversation is you're able to look up into the night sky and actually see the stars as you were unable to in that time with him.
Darius, if you could yell in your head, yells in his head, "Where is he right now?" and slams his hand onto it.
Alright, keep rolling. Darius disappears. You guys are starting to get the idea of the story here.
Yo, is Darius's light glowing eyes like any any
They're not so much glowing as
visible
they
in the
are
dark?
just like bright and reflective. Think of it almost like a silver. It's like a laminate, like
Okay.
it's
I didn't know
very
how it worked
reflective.
mechanically.
When you are in a bright area, it glows, but when you're in a dark area, it kind of doesn't, right? It's
Yeah.
very the kind that you are.
Much like a chrome metal.
How are we gonna get Slork there?
So Darius, gravel underneath hand, slightly wet, slightly crushed.
He's just like sort of listening around a little bit.
Lorik hears the groan of Darius.
If you were able to join us, any word about Strunhoff or Rifter?
I'd say they're probably incoming next.
Lork,
What did you think about? Where are we?
The Scion.
Darius immediately, like, like on the dime, casts bonfire.
Alright, you want to go and make a
Try and put,
little token thing? You know what? I'll just search fire.
he essentially just makes the like a white shining fire below him and like summons his lance and like immediately readies himself.
Yes.
What's a good icon for it? Let's go with that. It's not the simplest, but it'll do. Unless it won't do, which would be bad. Yeah, it's not working for that one, so let's do that. Yeah, that'll do it.
Listen, I was about to try and grab Temperance and cast Holy Weapon on it.
Did we determine what the vision range was for bonfire? Is it 10-15 or is it probably 20-10?
It probably has a.
Wait, did it say it in canon? You want to just press the button?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't in the base thing.
Okay.
Fire mixed lights. Well, all fire creates lights.
I'll go with 2010 right now.
There are no rules. A normal torch gives bright light in a 20, so we can like there's no official ruling, but a basic torch is a 20 foot. I don't know what your basic torch is. I would just say at minimum what a basic torch is.
The group of the three of you kind of see as Darius illuminates the room that you're presently in. As you see in front of you, a red and gold suit of armor, being that of the old Delmer of Subtilitas insignias. It is chained up with its, like, just the armor kind of sitting there with its gauntlets kind of hung above its head in chains.
Is there someone inside of that?
I would like to assume.
Do we think it's safe to take the helmet off and get a look?
I would wait for our resident magical expert, who should be
Fair
incoming
point.
soon.
For the record, I am also technically a resident magic expert.
We can do the same thing here. Schoenhoff, what did you do as soon as Darius disappeared?
I look over to Rifter and say, "So you know where we're going." As I place my hand on one of the runes.
You place your hand on the rune. It kind of shifts a little bit underhand.
I want to like make sure that he's heard me before I like think of something.
Mr. Rifter?
You might be muted.
He might be muted.
Or he's dead.
He said he was
That's a very
back, and
good
then he's not
possibility.
here. What is this?
That would be bizarre for that to happen.
What a bizarre adventure.
Oh, my
Ah, I
goodness.
see.
Like Hawk.
Wow, right, we already did go through that hour, bit. Hold on. I need to get my, music up and running.
We all thought Hate announced it before she teleported. We're thinking about where Lorik is. Like, we don't necessarily know exactly where it is. We're just thinking, go to Lorik, or like, where is Lorik, or that kind of thing.
I'm gonna...
I heard something.
Rifter fucking dies. ASMR.
Yo, it's accurate to Rifter.
True.
This is him talking, in his voice.
make sure music is on.
Listen. If you reference Undertale one more time, I will come through this internet
It's
and...
on.
Hello?
Hey,
Hi.
there he is.
Okay, cool.
Live.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was speaking, assuming you guys could hear me, and then I realized you could not. Okay, cool. In that case, I am caught up. I think of where Lorik is.
And
Fantastic.
I do the same aggressively.
Let's see these numbers.
Let me...
Sure enough, you get the same view. Both of you end up, as you kind of do that, you end up seeing that Delma of Stronghold I described earlier, and interestingly enough, in the second and a half that you're there for a moment, Rifter, you then see Strunhoff kind of pop next to you as well, as you're both looking at the Delma of Stronghold.
Hey, they can now answer a question I had when they get over here. If two people touch me at the same time, get to have the same vision.
And you hear me?
Can
You
I hear
can.
you? Okay. I nod.
And I hear you.
I don't know, can you?
Yes. I'm not sure this is where Lorik is.
Okay.
I don't see him anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm going to remove my hand.
Rifter nods and does the same.
Both
They
of you
fucking put their hands down.
back here. The rest of the party, about 25 seconds goes by, which is the longest that anybody's had so far.
They'll figure it out eventually. I'm going to walk up and say, hey, if there's someone in there, it'd be really nice if you said something in response to us. And, some of those words were just a first level healing word.
there are no like feelings that overcome you except this brutal, nauseating feeling that kind of first begins to set in on Lorik, and then a couple seconds begins to kind of settle into hate, as there's just an unsettling presence in this place that just wrecks you to your like core.
Wait,
It's the kind of place that you want to get away from.
Does it explicitly not to me?
It
Or did you
starts
just
with
not?
Lorik, then
Okay.
about like 8 seconds later it's Hate, and then about like 15 seconds later it's Darius as well.
Okay.
It's
I didn't know if you
is-
explicitly excluded me or
It is
not.
in the order at which the party or the group arrived.
Ooh. That's disconcerting.
What?
And it's not quite a fear, but it's the kind of thing where this is not a place you want to be.
Kate will whisper in her mind, if there's one of you watching us and giving us a sign right now, I would greatly appreciate you turn that down. But
You want that loop, JC?
Yes, I do, but that's why I did it. But like the thing is, Me6 doesn't have a loop, at least not unless it's premium. I know it's a jank ass solution, but it does it. It works, you know.
Yeah.
Alright, speaking of, Schoenhof, Rifter, you guys are both back at the area. Slort kind of crawls forward to look at Schoenhof, and he kind of nuzzles up against you. He was a little bit scared without you there.
Let's try again, I say to Rifter, and I want to telepathically kind of try and give Slorik instructions.
He kind of moves
So
up
what
and
we're
kind of
doing.
grabs onto your arm a little bit. Give me the rolls, boys.
All right. Well,
One.
boys.
hey man, a one teleported me before.
Listen, you can't. There we go.
Schoenhof, what's your most memorable moment with Lork?
Hmm.
I know, hard-hitting question.
What? Say it first.
No, I'm just saying, yeah, I know, it's tough.
Oh. Probably when me, him, and Darius were in my quarters, and I was explaining to them how I can't like actually use magic without the Dragon Claw.
You end up, like,
Talon.
putting your hand down and you just see that hallway right outside your room with a couple different people moving out and about. One of them being Selene, another being, like, mage hands that you had only seen once before, and a little bit of, like, potions just floating down the, like, hall, clearly destined for somewhere.
After about a second or two, I take my hand off again. I just say to myself out loud, "Come on, damn it, work." And try again.
Similar situation. The party has about, like, 20 seconds at this point. Rifter, you come here, what do? You feel the gravel underclaw on your gloves.
I feel very, very bad about that, and I look at the night figure and I go, what is that?
I was going to ask you to free him whenever you showed up.
Yeah.
I don't.
I looked at Lorik and Darius to see if they think that's a good idea.
I don't know why you thought that would be a good idea, Hate.
Lork, what specifically, like the exact thought that you had?
Trying to find the Scion.
I wave my hand in front of his face to see if he can like react to us.
There is no reaction.
I'm going to see if I can touch the chains.
They're not particularly tight.
Okay. To be clear, I was trying to see if we were like translucent.
Yeah, no, they're very much real. You feel yourself as a presence in this location. This is real.
Okay.
You kind of move the chains, and while they're not tight, but they are a little bit wrought as the entire weight of the Thaden man is kind of pulling down on them.
Could I try to take off his hood / helmet?
You move in to grab it, and you kind of lift up on it, and just kind of nothing happens. You kind of pull up a little bit more, and it's very much seems almost like sealed to that location a little bit. It moves the chest plate along with it.
I look to my friends and I point with my thumb and I just go, looks like this is a package deal. I think maybe he's being sealed somehow.
Strange idea.
Greg's with me, right?
Yes.
I came here with all
Everyone
of my
came here with all of their stuff.
All right, cool. I didn't ask that question until just now, but it did occur to me that it could have just yeeted our equipment somewhere else. I look at it very intently, and I ask, if this is the Scion, then it appears to be as... This is either some sort of ritual to replenish some energy, or it is trapped here.
At this point, Rifter, you begin to just feel this brutal nausea in the very core of your gut, at the very lowest point in your torso, and it just almost makes you retch as you want to leave this place. It's just the most unsettling experience you've probably ever experienced, rivaling that of the Hell Floor.
Okay. At that, I opt in to try to see if I can leave. Is the door locked?
It is not.
Okay. Can I creak it open? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and... Can I tell if this is the same complex as where we are?
The entire, as you look around to see the key defining characteristic, it could seem to be that, given that all of the black stone walls and the gray stone underneath are all still one piece. The only exception to its monacity is a little bit of there's these 5 imprints where there's just a hand-shaped bit of gravel in the ground as it's kind of been churned in those locations, displaced as each of the party members warped in.
I look over to the rest of the party and I say, I don't think that this is his bit.
I think that he's been put up to this by someone else.
A feeling like that is usually something to make others leave. You tend to not want to do something like that if you're... Well, if this is some sort of ritual to prevent us from interacting with it, then we would love to interact with it and stop him. And if he actually is a prisoner and this is to keep us away from him, then...
Loric, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Piss.
Oh boy.
There's just this you almost feel the bile coming up as it's just the terrible repulsion, you're about to puke.
Upon seeing this, Rifter makes an executive decision and says, all right, mates, we need to get out of here. I think we could try to find this place, normally.
I tap his mask with Greg.
He kind of pushes the mask a little bit to the side, and now the head is kind of cock-jawed a little bit, maybe 15 degrees to the side.
I leave Greg touching it, and I'm going to try and move his mask.
As you kind of pull on the mask a little bit, it doesn't shift around this slide at all. It just kind of moves the head with it. And as you're kind of peering into it, you see as underneath the mask, with it being at its upwards elevation, normally where underneath you would see the chin, there's nothing. You see straight to the back of the helmet.
This is disconcerting in ways that I was not expecting, and I agree with the decision to leave.
As you're
I
kind
will
of walking past, go ahead and give me that con save as the similar thing happens to you. Schoenhoff, at this point, you begin to feel this nauseating feeling underneath you as it's... You've heard this shit. It's unsettling. It's unpleasant. It's nauseating. It's from the very pit of your core.
Darius is whipping the flame to follow him as he leaves the room.
I follow suit without a word.
I will give you control of that object. Controlled by Darius.
Oh, hey, Slurk made it. I'm going to close... Does the feeling go away when we leave the room?
No, it does not.
I'm going to close the door after Slurk, makes it out.
Look up.
The doors, the room doors. I feel like I'm gonna. Can we get these open?
As he says that, it's about time for that, in fact.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
No, he's a good role player, buddy. Do it. Do it.
Rifter's gonna go ahead and open up this door. If it requires thievery, I'll do it. If not, I just open it up normally.
You taste a little bit of your bile, but you keep it down.
Does Darius know what it feels like to be sick?
Not very much, no. Schoenhoff, that will be totally good for you in a little while. You got plenty of time.
Oh, okay.
Man, I was one off. I got a 19 instead of a 20.
Casually stepping inside of the aura of Darius. Hello?
Door of Arius.
Lol.
Yeah,
Nice one.
I open up door.
Yeah, you just kind of push and
Oh, okay, cool.
it kind of, in the briefest of moments, you find yourself in the dark.
Ooh.
Darius is gonna push his way through like very quickly because he hates the feeling of almost getting sick.
As you find yourself on the other side, the feeling of nausea immediately abates.
This Hate watches and sees that this is clearly like an easily repeatable thing, and she just looks over. She asks,
Hold on,
Hey.
sorry, I'm gonna need you to repeat that.
Wait, what happened?
"Oh, I was saying, Hate sees that this is easily repeatable, and before
Wait, what did
Struhoff
happen?
actually-
There you go. There you are.
What?
Apparently you got deleted for some reason.
Weird.
Alright,
Yeah.
this time for real, Hate.
All right, sees that this is an easily repeatable thing that seems to be yeeting people in their direction. She asks Struenhoff before they leave to give her light so that we can see what's down this hallway quickly. Is it? It's like it's just trying to see it just a little. All right, another door. All right, Hate's gonna run back over to the door the group left from.
You feel as you even the quote-unquote best of danger soup is worse than this, and we say best very specifically for a very specific reason.
Bess is doing a lot of work there.
Ooh.
Well, best
Okay.
being that it's the one that tastes the worst.
And when I get on the other side, the feeling abates.
Yes.
There are two more of these doors in that direction. One where we were initially, and another one around a hallway.
Let's go take a look at him, I suppose. But
Should we
Okay.
do the door on over here first, or?
Give me a moment. Darius, having not previously looked at the blood in it, is going to look at the blood in the vials and closer and see if he can't do any sort of recognition on it at all.
What do you mean by that?
So he sees the syringes and the helmet, and having just felt the feeling going through those rune doors, I'm assuming Darius would be pretty keen on understanding that it seems like he's being held prisoner there, and this is probably gear to stop people from getting that feeling of dread when they enter past the rune doors, almost like containment doors.
If that is the
Okay.
assessment you wish to make.
That is what he would think.
Okay.
So he was going to approach this kind of stuff from that lens of perspective.
Okay.
How
They
would
are.
this kind of stuff
It's
help?
still just a syringe of this crimson red fluid, as well as the like suppression helmet. Like, there's not much more information to be gleaned on it from that front.
Okay. I didn't know if having that lens of an analysis for it would change.
Yeah,
any
seeing them as
understanding
tools
of
of
it.
protection, you'd think that. I guess you look and investigate, and you see that the. Give me an investigation. There actually is a little bit something you could glean from it. Good enough. As you kind of take a look at the syringe with that viewpoint, you think that that's not particularly likely, given just how sharp the syringes are. They are not frequently used. They're almost in pristine, like, perfect condition to however, like, sharp they could possibly be.
Hmm.
They may not have even been used more than once, and if they had, maybe only 2 or 3 times.
So it seems my original theory on what this might be is incorrect.
And what would that be?
I originally thought perhaps with this many syringes, I thought maybe someone would have been keeping them here using this substance, perhaps the helmet, to protect themselves from those effects we just felt. And he sort of shudders after he says that.
It was worth a guess.
Are you alright? You seem more shaken than the rest of us.
I'm you know what I am, Lorik. I don't feel sick. That's not a good experience for me.
Understandable.
Not like that anyways. Ugh. Like, I've had diseases before, and I've had stomach bugs, but
Nothing like that.
no, only once before.
So, do we think that the Scion is actually there?
I can't imagine that it isn't. What is this? Has anyone else looked at these? Did anyone determine what it was? Is it some sort of... is it a bodily fluid? Do we know what it is?
I think it's blood.
I was really hoping you wouldn't say that.
What are you thinking?
I don't know. But this is out here. It's got to be for something.
And probably related to the room door, then, if that's...
And he sort of takes
There.
a deep breath in and out. Okay, I need to compose myself a little bit. I think... God, I hate the taste of humanoid blood. I don't know. I'm not subject to poisons. We need information right now. I think it's something we might be able to glean information from.
I was thinking of offering myself as a test subject, considering that I'm also immune to diseases and poisons.
So, while I do understand that, Lorik, you are immune from just a magical level, and I'm immune from a magical and biological level.
That's
Keep in mind,
fair point.
if this is from the Scion, it might not care about your magic.
It might also not care about the magics you use to make yourself immune to disease.
Perhaps, but at the very minimum, I will have protection from any poisonous qualities it might have.
Lorik?
Alright. Yes?
What were you thinking of when, you know,
When I teleported,
I...
I wanted to find the Scion. So I was attempting to get an eye on them.
So, Could that thing back there, could that be him?
Kate, you got the best look out of any of us. Was there anyone in there?
That was just armor.
I think that it is incredibly unlikely that it's just armor.
I don't
Sure,
mean
you felt
that.
your blood.
I do not mean this in a this is just armor, there's nothing. I mean this in a there was not anyone inside of the armor. It may actually be that the armor is the creature.
Then what is this blood? Well, it might not be from the Scion then. Regardless, I've been yammering a lot. And he sort of picks up one of the syringes and lays it across the top of his finger and pushes a very small amount out of it and sort of places it on the tip of his tongue.
Like, how do you do that?
In the same way that you would hold on. I don't assume any of you do lab work.
I took a couple classes of biotech.
Okay, he places the point of the needle on his finger laterally and pushes a small amount out.
Okay, as you do so, the little bit that goes under your finger, it feels a little bit fuzzy for a moment, and over like about a quarter of a second or so, it not quite evaporates, but kind of seems to evaporate as the tip of your finger is a little bit abrased.
Is it a similar feeling to the after effect of the ruby?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It's like a very, very slight amount. Like if you just rubbed your finger along a little bit of sandpaper, it kind of has that like grip to it, where like a little bit of it in very like multiple different very small bits of it had kind of been like ripped out.
So it's corrosive. Darius holds up a syringe. Who am I injecting?
So this is acid then?
I mean, Riff just said it's blood. Seems awful dark to be blood.
It's like a dark red. Like the
Oh, I thought you said
icon,
brown.
the icon is
Yeah, I know. I thought you said brown when you were telling.
yeah, it's like a
probably
dark
brown.
red, like crimson brown, like the very like
Okay.
It's a burgundy almost.
yeah, the dark scarlet brown.
Rifter just kind of shrugs and he says, I think it may not just be that, but definitely in the substance.
Well, I don't want to do any unnecessary experimentation at the moment in such an uncontrolled area. Darius is going to take one of the syringes that he has not tampered with and place it in his bag of holding
Okie dokie.
for future potential examination.
Let me go ahead and do. Skadoosh.
We do have people back in our Hectorum that are explicitly good at identifying this kind of thing. Times like these, I wish we had Rain or Aquila with us still.
Aye.
Doppler and Aquila would be...
Oh, did I say Rain?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
said right.
I think I actively thought Doppler and I might have just said Rain.
Yeah, you probably thought of Doppler and said, I need to convert Doppler into his character, and so you said Rain. That's probably what happened.
Detroit become character.
Also, fair warning, in probably like 20 minutes, like somewhere in the range of like a couple minutes from now to like 30 minutes, I'm gonna have to go for like 2 minutes, but then I'll be back. It's not like we're ending.
You need a 2-minute break in some time period in the near future.
Yeah, I need to go
Quick
get
question.
I need to go get the door for my family when they get back.
Okay.
Have we been here? Have we been communicating since leaving that area longer than we were in the area?
The area being the nausea area?
Yeah, the nausea area.
It's about the same now.
I'm gonna step back into the door.
Just the first thing that strikes you is the darkness.
Do I have the nausea feeling immediately?
You do not.
All right, I'm going to just casually step exactly backwards.
You kind of bonk into the door.
Try it. Okay, I'll rotate my body and try to properly go through the door.
Yeah,
now
you
that
put your
now that
hand
I'm
on it
there.
and
It seems as though the feeling either resets or enough time has passed that our timer has reset.
It took a couple moments for me to start feeling it. I don't want to feel it again.
That's fair. Do we want to check one of the other rooms first and see if that leads anywhere else?
What do you mean the other rooms? What other rooms?
There's another
The-
door like this.
The only
Aye,
other room
it-
door was
it
at
leads into
roughly-
the same hallway.
Probably.
We could tell. We could tell. I could see the door from the hallway. I just chose the closer one because that one was the fucking closest I needed to get out of there.
I'm talking about the one behind it. If we go through here and then continue going, there's another one at the end of the hallway. Not this one. It was behind. I went to check as you all were running out.
I saw a hall to our left as we were leaving the armor room.
That's the hall I'm referring to, yes.
It would be very quick to get there from here.
I can make the journey well, I would need some lights.
I can't
Hey.
direct my light with you, unfortunately.
Stops and sighs to herself as she reaches in her bag and pulls out a completely regular torch. And then
Is the trail that Darius left earlier still here?
yes, it is. All of that ash is still there.
Okay.
You've probably been down here for about 45 minutes, pushing an hour.
I'll casually bring flame down bring divine flame down from the ceiling onto this torch to light it.
Neat.
And I will head in.
Good luck, Hate.
Wasting exactly no time. I'm going straight for this door, and I'm going.
The
to
nausea
touch it.
begins to set in just as you get there.
Ooh, perfect.
As you step in, not only has it set in full force and is just like almost like you've been hit by the tail of a dragon as you just almost fall to the floor as it just completely envelops you as you look to either side and see these like strange steel these steel components that you've never seen before.
Ah, great. First order of business. I've never seen anything like this before. Based on my previous experience with the nausea ramping up, how much does it seem like I'm getting close to just throwing
It
up and
doesn't help
passing out
very much
stage?
because as you're going through that process, it's happened a lot faster than it did in the other area. Go ahead and give me a con with disadvantage.
Interesting. Oh no, I'm not with. I don't have my +4. Oh,
Or plus
no.
5.
Or my +5.
Your Buffy boys are gone.
That doesn't seem right. Oh, there it
Plus
is.
plus cash nature roll.
You just
12.
you kind of collapse to the ground a little bit and start like just puking a little bit of your meals from earlier today. There's just you're semi-immobilized right now for a couple of seconds, and you take it's been a while since we had to do that damage type. 18 biological damage. It's been a long time since I got to say that.
Biological damage.
Yeah.
18. 3d12. That should have been a DM roll.
Yes, it
Thank you,
probably
man.
should have.
All right, All right, so I'm right here.
Your speed is currently halved. Not that it makes much of a difference.
So you see that thing right there? Is that like actually like a weird looking button?
It's like it's not exactly a button, but there is an outcropping there.
I'm going to touch it.
You touch it and nothing happens. You feel a little bit of like almost cut ins to it. It's like a small stone area where there's a little bit of writing on the side, but you can't quite read it from where it's at.
Does just like vaguely pulling and moving at it as I'm looking, does it seem like there's any like a way to open this thing?
There does, and just as you do that, give me another one. Still a disadvantage.
That's fine. Pain and suffering is what I live for.
For the rest of the party, she's probably been in there about 34 seconds or so. At this point, you take another big ol' batch of damage. As you take 20 points of biological, and now you're slowed to a quarter your speed. As you just feel yourself growing sluggish. As, like, your body itself begins to give in.
Alright. Well, I'm going to take that as my cue to leave this one and just get out and try and refresh myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'll also... Yeah.
So keep in mind that it's taking you... Your base speed is 30, right?
Yes.
And
it
so
is in
with
fact
your
30.
dashing, that goes 60, goes quarter, so you're able to move about like 3 tiles every 6 seconds. You are moving rather slow.
Yep. I'm whispering words of encouragement to myself. Haven't decided to turn it into magic yet, just, you know.
You get to about here and you suffer another bout. Go ahead and give me some, this time not with disadvantage.
Hey. Normal roll.
Normal roll.
Oh,
help.
it's the worst roll so far.
You... Let me do some math real quick. That needs to be like that. You collapse on the ground.
Ooh. Well, this is where I say,
You had your words ready. You're allowed to do a thing if you want to.
relentless endurance.
Hell yeah. Technically, we're gonna have to reward that so that it says when you drop to 0 or less, but not killed outright.
Fair enough. Yeah. Oh yeah, for this campaign because yeah.
Because negative hit points is there, so you feel like you're about to pass out, and you just keep going, and you're able to get to the door, and the rest of you see his hate, like, just is currently kind of kneeling down. One of her arms is supporting the rest of her body, and her other one is just in front of her, and it falls down as she had just used it to, like, press onto the door itself.
Hey, are you alright?
Rifter immediately goes to help her.
What happened in there?
It's worse deeper in. And no, I'm not alright.
Yes.
And she's just going to cast a... Wait, the other two... Rifter, are you back at full? Or did you only just get partially healed up?
I'm partially healed. I'm not full. I'm near full.
Is it more economical? I need to check my spells real quick. Nope, not more economical to use this one. I am sorry. I'm going to just cast Healing Word on myself at 5th level.
If you're gonna if you're upcasting a spell on yourself out of combat, why wouldn't it be just healing cleanse wounds?
I don't
think she has Cure Wounds prepared.
Cure Wounds prepared?
Why don't you have Cure Wounds prepared? You're literally a melee character. You have a mace.
Isn't that the entire reason why you wouldn't? Is because you're not likely to be next to, like, the people who, like, other allies? But I guess not. Nah, that's just something.
Well, the actual reason is hate doesn't like preparing heal
Lore's the
spells.
real reason.
She has exactly 2, Healing Word and Mass Cure Wounds. So yeah, she's just gonna give herself a little bit of that Healing Word at, not 5th, I'm giving it at 4th, because I have more 4th spell slots to burn.
Give it the roll. Oh, that was good.
How much did you heal for?
I am doing that right now. I didn't actually click the roll yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying all as good as in there are no complications. F.
Ooh.
Wow, that's not good.
Yeah,
Actually, that's pretty
That's why
It's alright.
healing word isn't great, because upcasting it is like kind
Can
of
I
poo-poo
reroll
garbage.
that one?
You could if you wanted to.
I'm just
There's
trying to
been
give myself
Like
a
the
to not be on
maximum
literally
value
instant
you get
death.
out of that reroll is that it increases by 3.
Yeah, I wasn't doing
you know
this
what?
to like.
Never mind.
I was like, hold on. This very clearly specifically was not a heal myself to a reasonable amount. This was heal myself to not be literally on 1 health.
Yeah, you end up like saying a couple words and manage to pull yourself up and actually like brace yourself against the wall, stand up panting, and actually like regain much of your composure.
Lork is gonna help her brace herself as he gives her that 20 points of lay on hands.
Hey, okay, so I found what seems to be 4 coffins or storage containers. When I entered the room, it got significantly worse. Honestly, it might actually be better for you to try because, well, one, and she's looking at Lork as she says this, your constitution is better than most of us, and also you're strong enough to lift whatever the container's lid or whatever.
I catch your meaning.
I'm going to, and she just kind of like walks over here and just leans on the wall. Flashing back to the very first time she ever had Danger Suit. The entire purpose of this being a custom in the orc is to get used to disgust reactions.
Right as Lork's about to head into the thing, he is going to cast to bless on himself.
Sounds good.
And he still has his cloak, right?
Yeah.
Okay, making sure.
Yeah.
And Lork is gonna press on.
Before you do, Rifter does nudge Hate a little, like, don't you want to do that thing? I'm not much of a magic guy, but that thing, the buff, the help.
I walk over and I smack him for a guidance.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. And then at that point, Lork finally casts bless on himself, and he presses on in.
Alright, you push forward into the dark. Let's go ahead and do. Rifter, were you joining him, or were you just giving him encouragement?
I was just giving them advice to cast guidance. That was it.
I
I'm not
see.
going in there until I have to.
You go in, it's dark.
Lork is gonna quickly light a thing from his tinderbox, not a full-on torch, but enough to be able to see around him.
You spend a couple seconds to set up your torch. That's not right.
Going to step in with them.
There we go. You hear as Struenhoff warps in behind you as you hear it.
Struenhoff, what?
Not letting anyone go in here alone.
Fine. Hurry.
About 12 seconds pass, you begin to feel as like the nausea begins to come onset.
Alright, come on. In here, I imagine.
I assume that means you touch the door?
Yes. Yes. As soon as he says that, he's going to touch the door.
Do the same.
And then, seeing the things that Hate warned him about, Lork is going to very quickly attempt to pry one of the lids off.
Yep. You,
I would like to assist him.
How would you like to go about it?
Because I'm a weak noodle boy, I will use my metallic staff as a makeshift, like wedge, I guess, because it's not really a crowbar, but like a wedge.
Okay.
In Lork yourself?
He is going to kind of get himself into a proper stance and start kind of prying up the sides.
As both of you attempt to find crevices to like kind of try to get leverage on, it's almost so smooth that there's nowhere for you to be able to like get any of that leverage on. There are no outcroppings on it beyond the separation between the container and the floor. Lorik, would you mind giving me a history check before both of you give me your con saves with disadvantage?
Yep. I'm probably gonna use the guidance. No, I'm not using the guidance on that.
No.
Do I have to roll again, or is that roll still active?
The con save from earlier?
Yeah.
You do have to re-roll, yes.
Okay.
17, baby.
Alright. Schoenhoff, you begin to feel a little bit weak as you're here. You take 20 points of biological damage and your speed is reduced.
Sheesh.
By how much?
Half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lork is gonna see very quickly if he can find some mechanism.
You kind of search around the side of it, and actually, you know what? Forget me. You did not make a history check, okay? Ignore that. That did not happen.
Okay.
Kind of feel
There's
around
no
on the
history
side,
check
and you
in
find this little
Boston,
panel with like scribbling on it, and you kind of pull on it, and there's a little bit of there's a little bit of runes on it that you personally do not recognize. Actually, let me check to make sure that you don't recognize them, because you might actually know that. Never mind, you do not. You're only common and draconic. You do not.
I step over to him to see what he's found.
Can you make heads or tails of this?
Let's take a look. You do not.
Okay.
Alright, let's get out and regroup. Come on. Lork is actually gonna kind of pick up Struenhoff to carry him along.
Sounds about right. You get here, and you get to make your normal save.
Okay.
Alright, Lorik, you experience a little bit of pain this time, as you suffer 11 biologic damage and your speed is reduced to half.
Come on.
And you both make it back out.
What we find?
Writing that I couldn't decipher.
Piss.
Hey, you said there was some kind of mechanism to open them, wasn't there?
It just seemed like there was. I didn't fully have time to investigate before I had to leave.
I could rush on over, write it down, see if any of us know it.
Let me escort you then.
I hand him my torch that I've been
Sounds good.
holding and just didn't even consider to pass on to another person who was going in.
Rifter puts his hand up as he says, "Let me escort you," and he says, "Nah, you've been..."
No, Rifter, you need some protective magics.
He shakes his head.
He's the fastest one of us all. I'm sure he can get it done in time before he runs into trouble.
Rifter, you're not listening. You need protective magics.
Just to get in?
It's faster when you enter that second chamber.
Aye.
It hits you harder.
Well, let's hope I can get out before that happens.
You won't be fast.
God damn it, Rifter.
Who
You
knows
start-
what's gonna happen if you go in for a third time, mate?
I'll be fine. I have my magics. I have the fortitude to see this through long enough to help you.
Rifter, to clarify, I have been in 3 times. I checked once, remember?
I guess you're right.
Schoenhoff,
Okay.
Lorik, you guys are down to about the regular level of nausea right now.
Give me a few moments, and I'll be fine.
Good 20 seconds pass and it's fully gone. Go for it,
What
Schoenhoff.
do you... Sorry.
in the moments that we're waiting, I start speaking. Hold on, I'm just trying to like get my thoughts together.
No worries.
You know, this is all too familiar to me.
So,
The helmet and the tubes. When we were with Racked.
I know what you mean. Finding Dire in that thing.
That's what they are anyways.
you think it's that thing that you all found in Chibalo?
I think there's a lot more going on here than we think.
What did you say that thing was again, Lorik?
Which
That
thing?
helmet?
It's a non-magical mental suppressant.
Do you think we would feel nauseous if we didn't have the mental fortitude to do it? To feel it?
You wouldn't have the mental capacity to even go in there.
Yes,
I don't
but
think.
the question is what about if we carry it, if you carry it with you? You have
It has
somebody
to be
else
worn.
with you.
Ah,
You place it on the head when the nausea hits its peak, and then start switching it as you go.
might be worth a try.
Lorik, would you like me to go ahead and tell you something?
Yeah,
It's not a particularly mundane device. It very much has a good chance of leaving permanent damage. The helmets do. It's not the kind of thing where it's like, oh, I'm gonna put on sunscreen. It's the kind of thing where, like, you know.
Hey, I'll tear my skin off.
Yeah.
I don't.
The two genders.
Was
I don't
there... Correct me if I'm wrong, but you recounted encountering some kind of psychic creatures in Chibalo, didn't you?
I believe they were some sort of eels.
Did you have a way to get past their abilities?
Well, we had a experimental helmet that Racked had made. I may be wrong though, but I
Do
know
we
we
still
used
have
some
that?
device. I know I don't.
Darius? Rifter?
Mate,
He sort of shrugs.
I think we should just do this. Do it the way we've been doing it. It's been...
I'm checking. I believe Dyer had it, but I'm checking right now.
Oh, shit.
Because I know he had the telekinetic hat, and I think he also had that one. Nope.
Chad, what were you saying?
I just said Darius. He just sort of shrugs in response.
The nausea has fully set itself down. You were trying to say something at the very start of all that, Darius?
Chad
no.
just said that Darius just shrugged.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, at the very start of it, all I was gonna say is Darius just shrugs.
Got it. Okay. Time presses forward.
Were you able to find anything out about the hat, Lothar?
I
Or is
was
it
not. I did
just
not
by
find
Dyer?
it in either Zell's or Dyer's things. I'm looking
Doppler
through
or
the
Aquila?
rest right now.
Because I feel like Doppler or Aquila would be the only other ones that it would be on, if it is on them.
Could have also been on August or Decius. You never know.
True, although I don't remember them ever getting it in Chibalo.
So, what do we plan on doing then?
Doesn't look like it's in either of them.
So if it's not in anyone's inventory who isn't in the party, would it be safe to say that's in the inventory of someone who is here then?
I would have said that it would have been on Dyer, personally.
Okay.
If not on Dire, then it feels like the kind of thing we would have in a chest at home.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
You know what? I feel like that's a valid take.
Well, there's nothing for it then. Are you ready, Richter?
As ready as I'll ever be. Hey, and I look to Hate. Why not give us a touch up?
Yeah. Yeah. I smack him very lightly.
And Lork is going to cast his second Bless of the day, targeting himself and Rifter.
Nice.
I do still feel the fact that Lorik didn't use his guidance, right?
I don't have guidance.
I used it on you before you left. I was asking if you used the one I put on you.
Guidance does ability checks, not saving throws.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
long gone by now anyway.
Yeah, it's been too long.
I smack him too.
It's concentration.
Oh, you're right. I can only pick one.
Man, I just remembered how Rifter ended up getting that one spell.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm giving it to Rifter.
Wait.
That man does more ability checks.
Let me check to see what that spell does.
The spell
again.
was shield.
No,
Oh,
it wasn't. It
Sanctuary,
was
right?
Sanctuary.
Oh.
It was Sanctuary. Attack.
You can't be willfully attacked. So
Yeah.
unless this is a willful attack, not gonna really do much.
Yeah, unless it's Okay, cool. All right, Rifter grabs the torch from Hate, and he just says, "All right, let's get a move on."
All right.
And he has Lork lead the way.
Yep.
You step in, the timer begins once more.
Yep.
Where?
This way.
Rifter kind of
Rifter's-
moves a little bit past you. As soon as you do, he ends up entering first.
Yeah. Okay, I go in first. I look for the writing, and I immediately just look at it, analyze it, and I mean to write it down as soon as I get back. As soon as I get a good look at it, I'm just gonna turn back, double back, immediately run for the exit.
Would you mind giving me a history real quick?
Hey, you can spend that guidance.
Yeah, let's go guidance. History.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Boom.
All right.
I'll actually use the guidance. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Hey.
Hey, pretty good. Being one of the people who helped pry Dyer from the container, you are able to recognize that these are those. They are the same devices.
Okay. As I find the writing, I'm full sprinting back. I'm going as fast
you
as
get about
Rifter can
here
go.
and you begin to feel the first onset of nausea, and you're able to make your way out before any problems.
Oh, God, I love me legs.
What's the status?
Well, give me a second to write it down, but
I look at all the party and I'm very stern.
it's them. It's that same vile contraption. The one that harmed Dyer.
What I was worried about. But now, at least we know what we're dealing with. Partially.
Do we think that he is involved?
I think it's
It's
too early
possible.
to say that.
The text mentioned a Scarlet Spectre let loose. He was red, after all. And given how he attacked Dyer, he might be described as a beast.
Oh, piss.
I'm not entirely sure if I agree with this assessment, but if that is what you encountered in Chibalo,
We're taking our break for a little bit. We'll be back in a couple minutes, maybe like 5. Everybody do what you need to do.
Alright, getting food.
yeah, I'm gonna get a drink.
Hey there, Evan's being a slowbie. Hey, everybody.
We're back.
We're back.
Beep boop.
Don't want to give it a hey, hey,
I'm
hey,
a
hey, hey,
robot.
because we're already there.
Mm-hmm.
The party takes a moment to just breathe and considers their options.
I don't know. Richter, Darius, you were the ones most acquainted with that place. Is my theory at all sound?
It sounds reasonable. I don't... Somebody opened the containers last time. How did we do it?
I don't think they were the same containers.
Rifter, you were the one who went in. Were they the same?
Evan, does not remember how we actually opened those containers.
I'll allow you to have that history good. When you went in, you just pried it. You guys just pried it open and cracked them open.
All right. Rifter just popped it open.
And
That
were
didn't
these the
work this
same
time.
containers that you saw exactly, or...?
I'm pretty positive.
They're the same type of object. It's like if you see a sword and you see another sword, you're like, yep, that's a sword. But that doesn't mean you see a sword and you're like, wow, that's Excalibur.
Yeah, that's a katana. Yeah. Rifter goes,
Same classification. Not one-to-one, though.
Like,
They
it's
must
very
be
clearly the
designed-
same type of machine, but you don't necessarily know that it is the exact machines that, like, Dyer was in, for example.
yeah, I got you.
Do you think this Scarlet Spectre that we released recreated what it was in?
We don't know if it was us that released this so-called Scarlet Spectre, though.
I think it's more likely that whatever was going on there is going on here unrelated to whoever we released there.
Something about this just feels off, though.
Where do these dots fully connect? I see them lining up, but
Hmm.
You know
Still
me.
a few rooms we haven't been in.
I feel like this all relates to the Crown Prince, though, in the long run.
you said it got worse as you went deeper in. Could you tell where it was the worst?
After the second door into that chamber with the machines in them.
There was nowhere else that was worse than that.
That
Was there
and
another hallway in or did it just end in the other direction?
we didn't check the other direction yet. It might be worth doing so, though.
I've taken enough of a break. I can look.
No, hey, there's another door if we go down the hall this way.
I made that argument earlier, but it seems like that might actually just be another entrance down here.
Right, and that might get you to that other direction faster, so that you don't have to take as much of the assault.
That's a wonderful point. I'm going to go in through here.
All right.
Rifter, you mind giving her the torch?
Oh
I
yeah,
want the torch.
I'll grab the
Someone
torch.
She
Go
grabs the
with her.
torch back.
Lork will go in with her.
Okay. Woozoo. Whoops. Woozoo.
I'll open this door.
Spend a couple seconds. Cree! You take a look inside and you see these weird, strange little, like, rat creatures all, like, outside of this little, like, cage. They all just look at you with the bright, like, torch. They do nothing else.
Should we report this to the others, do you think?
Do you know what these things are?
Not at all. They look like they have mushrooms on their heads.
Is this cage like a solid cage?
Not at all. It's
there's
like,
bars.
think of it like chicken wire, and it's only like 2 feet tall.
Oh, what is this?
That is on the wall behind you as you turn around and the nausea first starts to set in. You see that it's kind of like, it's like some sort of like lizardy claw almost. It's just like some hand, some bone, some inner ligament of this, like, very much lizard, duck, chicken, that kind of foot.
Should we take that back to the others and tell them about these things?
Yeah, I'll pick it up.
Alright, let's get going back to them then.
You grab it, and a lot of them like back away from you as you do. They get as far to the other sides of the room as they can.
That's disconcerting.
To go through the door as soon as he sees the that hate is following him.
Yeah, I'll take it if it actually comes off the wall.
It does.
All right, I'll take it and I'll go back through this door.
You make it out a little bit before it gets bad.
What'd you find?
We entered this door and found these rat things with, I want to say, mushrooms on their heads.
Ooh. Lork, I appreciate your attempt at describing, but it's also close enough when the door is open that they could just look in.
Hold on, 8.
Also here.
And I exchange looks at Darius. Do you think...
Were the mushroom caps red and dot spotted?
Yes. Why?
Did any of them move?
They moved closer to the walls when Hate took that claw off the wall. The outer wall.
I need to make sure of this. I'm going to send
Be
in
careful.
Arcane Eye.
Give me
Careful,
one
you
moment
remember
to follow
remember how last time they replicated.
I'm not going in myself. I'm sending in the eye. As I conjure that up.
You conjure the eye.
The last time we encountered them, any time that they would be startled, which seemed like any time we approached them directly, they would almost instantly phase themselves close to the direction, like in a direction, and smash into whatever surface was waiting, and like leave themselves there. It's hard to explain, hard to describe.
When did you encounter these things exactly? I don't remember seeing anything like that.
In the
before.
underground facility in Shibalo.
Right now,
Oh,
there are more things lining up than they should be in here.
So for Struenhoff, you find 2 problems with the eye. You can't get it to go through that door.
Even what if we open it and let it go
Like
through the
you,
crack?
there is not a door to open. You touch it and you go to the other side. Like you warp to the other side of the door when you touch it.
If I stepped through and then cast it and then step back,
And then you
through
have
the
the
door,
other problem that I was talking about in that, like, dark vision is an amplifier. It doesn't provide you sight and there's no light in the area.
That second one's an easy problem to fix if we're going to do this properly.
Hey, they seemed.
Hold on. Can I give the torch to my mage hand and have my mage hand follow the arcane eye, because mage hand is not concentration, but arcane eye is.
As long as it's within the range. What's your mage hand's range?
I was going to say, can I cast it through arcane eye?
Yes, you can. Would you like to spend your 1 sorcery point to do so?
Yes, and I would like to make sure that I'm on the other side.
Yes, all of it's on the other side. So all of that just means your token's over here. Don't worry about it. You take out your sorcery point. I keep trying to say source point.
Is that not what it is, Kappa?
Yeah. I get it.
You're a sorcerer, not a sorcerer.
Hand me that torch over there.
Swords.
Lork hands Sternhoff the torch.
And then, as he does so, he kind of just lets go of it, and it just floats in place.
Alright, let's get back to the other side so you can observe it safely.
So now you're on the correct side of the wall. This is just your arcane eye and torch combo. You are physically safe on the proper side of the wall.
Okay. Yep, it's those things. Alright. Is this like a dead end?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to double check the rest of the rooms while I have this over here.
Sounds good.
Was Rifter able to copy the writing on the panel?
He was.
Yeah.
By the way? Okay.
And then let me step into here again.
I've written it down onto my.
I guess you can drop your mage hand drops the torch on the ground gently and then like moves to open it. You feel a little bit of like a brief momentary flicker on your connection to your arcane eye
As I'm passing through.
as you're like just in that area.
In that case, can I just glance in and make sure nothing's changed?
Yeah. It looks the
Okay.
same.
About the armor, would I recognize this as the figure that I saw?
It very much was, yes. Unmistakably so.
Okay.
Like it even has some of like the like wooden charcoal burning from like the building it was in.
That arm we found earlier, that is the one that I saw in the city when the witnesses had killed themselves. The one I saw in the burning building. So we have our culprit.
It's weird. I feel like the magical effect is weaker around it, but stronger behind it. Is it really the source of this
No,
defense mechanism?
The runic doors seem to be insulation against the effects of this. So the source would likely be that room with the pods, I guess.
Does the feeling get stronger at this door?
The dwindling.
The interruption with the eye.
It does, but it's more so just as time goes on, it's getting fainter and fainter.
My connection to the eye?
Yes.
Okay. Can I calculate how much time I have left?
You're at this point it's basically out for about 40% of the time that you're seeing it. Think of it kind of like it's freezing, like you're not getting any new information.
He's
Okay.
buffering.
Yes. It's just not communicating to you for partial time.
How have we made out on those runes?
Rifter would have drawn them onto his notebook, and he's presenting it to the class.
Let me make a check real quick. Like, just not a check, but just seeing what languages you guys have.
Mm-hmm.
Is Abyssal the language?
Okay. So, Darius, when you look at it, you don't recognize what it's saying, but you do recognize the script. It's a, like, sister script to Abyssal.
I remembered last time we said something similar to that. That's why I
Hold
asked.
on. I'm just gonna make sure I'm not being stupid and that the script is the same.
Because I think I made a
Okay,
check
never
last
mind,
time
never
and I
mind.
didn't
Okay,
decipher it.
it's written a little bit weird, but you are able to read the general gist of it, even though it's like different. Like the grammar is weird, but you are able to read it.
Grammar in Abyssal.
Mm-hmm.
Lamau.
Yeah, quote unquote grammar, in that you're able to determine that it's probably infernal, given the difference in it. Like, you know, infernal actually tries to give it a little bit of structure. Right. Being devils and all.
Yeah. I can't get the nuance, but I can get the gist.
Alright.
Well, what does it say, roughly?
They're basically just different instructions on how to perform activities in very basic ways. It's not like so much a this is how to do it, but saying like open, close, reset, those kinds of things. Like they're very much verbs with very succinct like direct action. So open and then like a series of like directions. And when I say directions, I don't mean instruction. I mean literally direction like up, left,
One-word
inwards.
directions.
It seems to be a vague diagram on how to open or manage or close the pods.
I see.
I don't
Doesn't
speak.
seem to be
It's not abyssal. It's infernal, and I don't actually speak infernal, but you know, demons, devils.
So,
Gotcha.
He
can you
was
make it
a
out clearly enough? Because I can't go into the room.
It doesn't. I would like to say that I could make it out, but I don't know if it's clear enough. In that, it gives me a physical direction, not like directions that you would read, but like up, down. And I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Lork was able to actually pull on the panel, right?
Yes.
Well, I could physically move the panel that the writing was on. Maybe it refers to that.
Perhaps. Darius is gonna find the open pods instruction.
Alright, you have it and you communicate it to him?
Alright. Anyone want to accompany me?
I don't
We don't
want to.
have to go in there because I have my stuff in there.
Do you think it'll be enough? The mage hand can carry push enough weight, and will it last long enough to get back there?
You have the similar issue to last time where you cannot move your like spells through the door.
What about... Oh, right. Well, it appears we only have one option left. Since it's one of, the doors. I'm just gonna
So
move
I would
my-
like to say that it is getting more and more convincing at this point, I would say. Infernal being the mother tongue of many tieflings.
Right. That was what I was thinking.
We found this also in the underneath of Chibalo, one of the major cities of the Savage Kingdoms and ruled by tieflings. I wonder, this is two different major cities across the world that have had, capital cities I should say, that have had this kind of thing underneath them. Wonder if there are others. Tarnos Pen, for example.
Your
If we were
connection to the materials have faded, Stroonhoff.
If we were somehow to find another city with the same sort of things going on, then this whole situation is a lot bigger than just us.
I would say right now, even with just 2, it's bigger.
I would be inclined to agree.
The only
Alright.
question is why. We never figured out what they were for the last time.
A sleeper army.
Perhaps.
Uh,
Remind me again what the Scarlet whatever was released as. I don't sorry, I shouldn't say that as Darius. I don't as a player remember specifically what that was.
It said the Scarlet Spectre, a feral beast let loose.
No, I know, but I remember we said something in Chibalo happened. It attacked Dire.
Lorik had been referring to how Ract attacked Dire rather savagely.
Oh, okay.
Which was not at Chibalo, mind you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought when I was listening into other conversations that I heard something about that. I just thought I was forgetting, but I guess not.
Gore.
I forgore.
Rifter does snap his fingers and point to Lorik. Like if somebody wanted to do a coup. You know.
Or dismantle the Empire entirely. And the Savage Kingdoms, maybe.
This
My
doesn't
token
feel-
back, by the way.
This doesn't feel large scale enough for that kind of thing.
We don't know how many of these there are.
Darius, would you be willing to risk one more journey in there?
I really don't want to go in.
I
Well
can
then,
help
could I have your
mitigate that a
bag?
bit.
I want to see what happens when we bring that tiara to the armor.
Yeah, you can have it. And he sort of pulls out his bag and explicitly makes sure not to touch the ruby in pulling
Of
it out.
course.
Kate, you do that. I will attempt to see what's going on with those pods. Then.
And
You
just attempt a theory, since I attempted a theory originally with it. Kate, why don't you don it when you enter?
I am significant. You know, how does hate phrase this? I feel like I would be perfectly willing to do this with a bit more aid.
Think of it as a stepping stone in your sleeping in a castle.
I
You must look the part.
think Kate is referring to the fact that. Never mind. Lorik is just going to give her 25 more lay on hands points, exhausting his supply completely.
Thank you. Hate is going to put while everyone's around. She's standing in the wonderful overlapping +5. She's gonna put the tiara on.
Sorry, Shunoff. I realize now my errors. It was not your mini token, it was actually your real, very much not fake token.
I forgore.
Oopsie!
I
Shunoff did.
remember.
Lothair for Gore.
He remember.
All right, everyone.
Did you get your Shunoff sitted?
Yeah, I'm back.
Boonoff binted?
Bodo's been.
What?
What?
No.
So, what happens when I put the tiara on? Very carefully to not touch any of the rubies.
It's a pretty tiara and it makes you feel like satisfied based especially on your personal goals. Because it's exceptionally fancy.
You look absolutely regal.
I am going to spend these very small amount of time to cast Mending on that small section that was slightly messed up by Rifter.
Excellent. Can you click mending for me?
Well, while you do that, I will be heading to the other place to
Okay. It mends properly. I knew there was that last little bit, but I wasn't sure what the specific details were. Like, there was like a special thing with magic items, and so it's fine.
Which door is actually closer to the one that I think we both should go through the other one.
I agree.
All right. I'm going to hand Rifter this weird decaying lizard foot hand thing and tell him where it came from and then leave.
Rifter holds it like with the tips of his fingers. He doesn't like it. He doesn't think it's sanitary, and he's just gonna hand it to Darius.
And then Darius immediately, while it is in both of their hands as he's handing it to him, he is going to push it back towards Rifter and say, "Why don't you put that back where they found it?"
He just fucking places it down on the ground, and he doesn't fuck with it.
In the room with the things that apparently multiply, apparently.
Maybe it was a ward for them. Maybe taking that off wasn't a great idea.
You weren't there. All right.
You don't know where we got that.
Yes, that's the problem.
I'm gonna have Sloric retrieve it and not consume it instantly,
Understood.
so that I don't have to touch it,
Understandable.
and make my way back to the other arcane guarded door.
Who knew this door was to keep things in and not to keep things out?
Hey, would you like me to grant another blessing before we both head in?
That would be wise. However, I can do one. I haven't been spending as much spells as you have.
Thank you. Okay, and I assume Lork and Hate go into the breach.
Sounds reasonable to me. Psh, psh. You're on the clock.
Lork is going to immediately dash over to the place.
Hate is going to immediately dash over to this man.
Sounds good.
Armor thing.
And once he enters the door, he is going to put in the inputs that Darius told him.
Which one will you be doing it on?
Upper left, because that's the one that we've been investigating previously.
Okay. You perform the actions a little bit into it. You end up feeling like the nausea kind of begin to set in. And about a few seconds after that, in a very slick single motion, the top of it just kind of lifts up and then immediately folds backwards, not slamming into the wall, but moving straight up perpendicular and revealing the almost completely naked woman, like inside, just suspended in this blue goop, completely unconscious.
Alright then. Lork is going to scoop her up, trying to retain as much of her dignity as possible while GTFOing from this place.
Understood.
Women.
I liked that there was basically a laugh track in the background there.
Ugh, woman laughter.
Everywhere you.
So, Laura, give me your con, and we'll cut to Hate. So, Hate, as you begin to approach, the chains kind of just disappear, and it moves down and just kneels at you.
Do you speak? Well, got no response from that. Stand.
It looks up at you and stands up.
Follow. And I am going to just walk here. Does it follow me?
It does not. It looks at you, however.
I step back and... am I feeling the nausea come on?
You're starting to, but it's a little bit suppressed. Only a little bit, though.
Wait, did it say something?
Yes, you hear it say, like, in a somewhat soft, deep voice, who?
Me.
You begin to feel just this writhing pain immediately.
Stop.
Oh.
Alright, let's do some number rolling real quick.
Oh fuck.
29 damage, as you take 29 psychic damage. The nausea has completely fully onset at this point.
Ooh. All right. Well, I'm going to say step back to like, and hopefully he, the creature steps back.
It moves
And
back and reforms onto the chains as they reappear, as that is more of what your will is, I believe. If that's what your will is,
oh, absolutely.
okay, yeah. It moves back and the chains reappear and it slumps.
Interesting. I'm going to leave now.
Yeah, I was about to say, you want to go and make that save?
Yeah, man. I'll make that save. It'll be glorious.
Mhm.
Glorious.
I believe in you.
On normal roll. Look at
Alright,
that.
you're fine. It felt really nasty for a moment, but you get out just in time.
All right.
So, hey, you step through and you see a naked woman to your left slumped against the wall.
Do-
She was the one in that pod. I intend to go back for the other pods at some point.
Are you okay? And I say that
very
while
much so.
casting a low-level healing word.
They are slumped against the wall.
Oh,
Rifter has a torch.
Oh, okay, okay.
Another?
No, I'm saying, like, that's where the light is coming from.
He has another question mark?
Yes. Like, 3 people have popped torches.
Rifter, we should. I think I heard something over there.
He will move, he will follow through and move with you.
Okay.
He's AFK, but he would not be opposed to that.
this is the part where I inform all of us that I am very concerned and do
I
not
know her
know what
face.
to do.
I know who that
Back.
is. Who is this? Why are they familiar? As immediately as he sees this woman who is just laying on the ground, where do I remember them from?
You may go and roll it if you'd like. History as always.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Hate also goes out of her
Woo,
way
okay.
to.
You're lucky you,
Hate
because
goes-
it was a high save. Or, not high save. High
I
check.
physically remember the face too.
Okay, you obviously remember them, but do you remember what they are before I tell you?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you remember
I remember.
very, very far back. You guys remember the first session we ever had?
I do
No.
not remember.
I
Well-
remember.
It was before that in our pre-sessions.
Oh, shit.
She was one of the people who was going through shopping in town. She introduced herself as Maria Highstone. And she was shopping in some of the clothing areas at that location, and she was quite arrogant and kind of a prick to everyone.
Dude, I'm fucking Gigabrain. I cannot believe I remembered this particular picture's face for no reason.
Yeah, what?
I mean, she was an absolute asshole to like all of you. If you
not
recall that
remember
there
her
was
at
the
all.
carriage parked outside the clothing shop.
Oh, the carriage. I remember the carriage.
She was she rode on that at times.
That's Highstone. Maria Highstone.
You mean to tell me that this is a high stone?
Yes. She was in our Hectorum the day I arrived.
I throw my winter blanket over her as this is stated.
She is still shivering. Her eyes still staring forward, but very rarely blinking.
Hate, what was the verdict on the crown?
I can control the armor. And it hurts.
What?
It hurts.
To control the armor?
Yes.
What do you mean? How so?
As in sharp, piercing pain directly into my mental well-being.
Just
What?
because you had the crown? What did you do?
I asked it to follow me, and then immediately there was pain.
Did it say anything to you?
I asked it to follow, and then it asked me who, and then I said me, and then I felt pain.
Wait, maybe it wasn't answering your question, or it wasn't answering your command. Perhaps its who was entirely independent from your command to follow.
You think it
When
was
you
asking
say
who its target was?
who, me, and then you feel pain. Think of it independent from the follow.
Entirely possible. Follow up to that, when I walked up, the chains disappeared until I willed it to be back in its chains.
Did it feel like it was the source?
Of the pain or the nausea?
The nausea, once it was freed from the chains.
It was still there, just very slightly muted.
And this pain, how long and how intense? Like what?
About as in. She looks at Lork as she says this and says, about as intense as when the nausea overwhelms you.
And you can tell them that it was only for like maybe a second, maybe
Yeah, it
two,
was only
before
for a
you tell
second
her
or
to
two.
like stop.
Immediate reaction to something's following my command and I suddenly feel pain is to tell it to stop. And so I managed to make it stop.
And
But
it was instant when you said me, right?
yes.
Sounds like
was
it's just asking for a
then.
target.
Yeah, Darius quiets down a little bit, and sort of just walks up. Could I have the crown?
She seems very, very obviously hesitant.
Before you go in there,
and
what do you intend to do with the crown?
I intend to do what I should have been focusing on for a while now.
No, tell me what you intend to do.
You
We're
know
not
what I've
being
always
vague here.
intended. You know what I've always intended to do, Lorik.
I
Hate,
need
can
you
I
to
have the
say
crown?
it.
Wait, what's going on?
Darius, say it.
Hate, can I have the crown?
Darius,
Lorik kind of gets in your way and almost pushes part of you against the wall as he moves towards you.
Darius is explicitly evading his face.
Darius,
say what you intend to do. Don't
Lork, I
Don't
might
hide
want
behind
to
the words
say
you don't
something.
say. Yes, sorry.
Point of order. I claimed this loot. It is mine to do with as I will, and I'm not going to give it away just because somebody asks for it. Give me a good reason.
I will rid the world of a great evil.
Mate, you're scaring me. What's going on?
And
You
if I
won't say
fail
it,
to,
I
you will
will.
know the first.
He intends to rid the world of Yuan-Ti.
Huh? How?
Using the Scion.
Is it that powerful?
We won't know unless we try.
Darius,
Rifter, you get it, right?
Nah, I don't.
You
I
have the
picked up-
power to instantly rid the world of the Volstroms, to save so many lives.
But that ain't you.
Rifter, my entire goal from the start was the genocide of my people. You don't know them like I do.
Listen,
no, but there can be time to think.
I know I can be judgmental, I can be rash, but in meeting Lorik, I have developed a level of nuance, as it were. If he can be an exception, anyone, I guess, could be. Ugh. But the same thing goes for you, mate.
Answer me this. with Nidhogg's influence over several of your people gone, how many of them would have ended up like you? Free and able to make their own decisions.
Not enough to risk the deaths of so many. The suffering of so many, the turning of so many.
Wonderful point. I step
Life-
back through the door as they say that exact line.
Darius,
Whoops. Door walked through. Why is this not queuing up anymore? Hold on. Let's clear it.
I know this has been your goal since the beginning. But now is not the time to pursue that. We can discuss it properly once we have this situation under control.
No.
Yes.
I'm not going to throw away the one chance that I have.
I'm not asking you to throw anything away.
While y'all are talking about that, we're gonna freeze frame for a moment. Hey, you get there. The nausea has not set in yet.
I look at him and I tell him to step forward.
As you look at it, before you even say the words, the chains begin to dissolve, and as you finish giving your command, it follows it up after about 4 seconds from being freed from the chains.
I have a target for you to kill. It is the ancient icon Nidhogg.
It continues to look at you.
Do you need any more information? Hate just stands staring at the creature as it is.
The nausea
currently
begins to
unbound.
slightly take you.
Oh, I gave that a shot. Could you at least speak and explain to me what that pain was?
Who?
Who what? I say this in all of my languages. In common, orc, and undercommon.
The nausea
careful.
is in full force.
You know what? I'm going to, yourself.
It continues to stand there.
Alright. I leave it unbound and I walk away.
Okay. You get out just a little bit. You're starting to stretch the limits, like understand where you're at, and you just like get outside just before you start to get like into pure like. Bleh.
Welcome back, Hate. The crown.
No.
Actually, hold on.
wouldn't-
You're outside. They're still talking. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not asking you to throw anything away, Darius. I'm just asking you to give it time.
Time that we don't know we have? I'm playing a
Power
numbers
is
game,
too
Lorik.
dangerous. No one should be able to use something like this.
Hoff is right,
Even
mate.
if that kind of thing will save millions of potential lives.
If we use it for destruction,
You really care more about the abstract morality of a device
I
than
don't-
concrete lives that can be saved.
if
Wait,
we use it
I am
for
not
destruction,
talking about
we are
the
no better
abstract
than them.
morality. I am talking about we don't know what its capabilities are yet. We don't know.
Darius, you saw back there with, Hate and her whole bit. Who's to say it won't do the same thing?
I can. Tate says as she walks back in at this point. It's a bud. I tried. I took it upon myself.
What?
I tried. It won't work.
How do you know that? What did you say? How did you word it?
Darius, if you trust me, you will let it go.
Hate, I will trust you on anything else. This
I'm
is my
telling you-
life's work.
I tried, and it will not work.
Because of the scale, or because of the command?
Presumably
A bit of
scale.
both.
It's one psionic automaton. I doubt it would have the capability to even approach something of that scale. That's why I said we don't know.
Great. Then I have some names I can shred off. Hate the crown.
Oh no, I already did you my favor.
Then how about you do me one?
I look at Rifter, and I give him the only intimidating look that Hate has ever actually given towards Rifter.
Rifter,
Would you like to give me an intimidation real quick?
That'd be amazing. Watch me get this horrible roll because Hate's not good at actually influencing others.
I mean, you have advantage, or sorry, you have proficiency no matter what, at
I
least.
do.
Thanks for being an orc. Alright, she looks at
Can
you,
I-
you're a little spoofed.
Can I roll against that?
Eh.
I mean, it's not something that you're actually, like...
It's not a mechanical thing. It's
I'm
scary
aware.
enough. You can like you're entirely in your autonomy to choose how you proceed, but she looks at you with like absolute glare.
Okay. He
For like
he
the
raises
first
his
time
hand.
that you've seen, she's seeming to live up to her name a bit.
Rifter raises his hands and he says, "Hey, I'm pretty sure you know exactly what I'm gonna do with it. I ain't gonna be like him. I got a specific person."
Oh, I know. Why do you think I took long?
Just a couple
I
dozen.
checked. It's not what you think it is.
Then what is it?
Her gaze softens ever so slightly, and she says, for one of the few times you notice Hate has gotten not unsure of herself, but just like how what she's going to say is being taken. A slave.
Rifter becomes suddenly very angry, like very stern.
What?
Do you want to take control of this thing's free will? And she takes the tiara just slightly off of her head.
Give it here. I will check this for myself.
And with the pliers, I'm gonna go ahead and grab it
Hey,
and put it on
how
my
do you
head.
proceed?
Oh, as he walks over, I put it back on, and I say, "Do you really think of in this moment right here?"
Hold on just a
that-
second. Actually, Rift is moving forward, and like Lorik's still kind of holding
Oh, yeah.
Darius against the wall. And even with your smaller stature, you find it difficult to move through.
Okay, in that case, I'll just say that I stop there.
Okay.
I put it. Well, so he doesn't actually get next to me.
He's able to like reach past them while they're grabbing.
I'm not going to try to take it from her. I'm simply like opening up the pliers to receive it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rifter, this is my loot from my first non-all Hectorum special dungeon.
How much
I would
is?
ask.
Sorry, go ahead.
I would ask for you to understand when I say that I am not using this, and I would like no one else to.
Darius, would you mind giving me like some info on how much you're like resisting Lorik's pen?
He's not resisting.
Okay.
He's looking away. He's
He
not actively
understands the
resisting.
shame of it.
Yes.
Okay.
He's not looking them in the eyes. He's not proud of what he has to do, but he knows he has to do it.
Okay. No bumping occurs. It is still.
Rifter basically says,
But wait, I don't understand. It was motionless, completely devoid of life. How is it now alive?
It wasn't devoid of life, it just wasn't able to move. The overriding command of this seems to be that as long as the person who has control, does not want for them to leave those chains, they cannot.
Rifter's eyes widen. He removes his hood and he just kind of like looks down in anger. He kind of like forms a fist with his hand and he like tightens it. You just hear like his gloves tightening together, the friction, and then he just goes,
Fine. We will free them.
I've given them the choice already.
To be clear, he's not mad about not being able to kill the Volstroms. He's mad that they're a slave.
Oh, yeah, Hate managed to figure that out.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure.
Hate. What? Is it able to say anything else?
I didn't stick around to check. Would you want to be in a room with a creature that was just given its freedom for the first time? Something that managed to almost kill you just because you asked it a command to follow you. I chose to leave.
So what then? You just trust its will and that it won't go murdering people?
No. I trust that if it does, we will stop it. But until then, I'm giving it a choice.
We will
It
stop
might
it.
choose to not leave.
Something that killed you and almost killed you in mere seconds just for you uttering a few words.
Hey, that's not fair. Not in its right mind.
Who's to
Does
say
it even have a mind?
Apparently.
At the very least, I intend to go back in to recover the other people from those pods. If anyone else wants to come along to speed up the process.
I'll do it.
Hate, Darius?
When I'm wearing this, the nausea takes a bit longer to set in.
Okay. Then, Darius, Sternhoff, I trust you to watch over our Highstone friend here.
We will.
Darius, I will make a concession to you. If it turns out to be communicative, I will plead your case to it. But that is the only concession I'm willing to give.
Sure. I hope you're happy. You might have ruined my only chance.
She nods, and she steps back through with intent to go help the other people in the cages.
Alright, so who's all coming through?
Lord Caden de Rifter, right?
Yep. As Rifter like moves through, he gives Darius a very like sad, melancholy look.
Darius just
will
shakes his
you-
head. You made your choice.
The intensity
Will you
begins.
Be able to carry one of these people?
I think so. And
Who's going in first between Rifter and Hate?
I'll
Rifter.
go in first. Oh, Rifter should go in first, yeah. Because Rifter moves faster.
Yep.
And has less tolerance to this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rifter goes in, immediately pops this open as quickly as he can. He's basically just moving up off dive.
Yeah.
Darius, let's move her. They'll need space.
Lorik, which one are you opening?
Upper right.
He nods
Upper
without
right.
a word and moves to help.
I'll move whichever one is needs to be popped open.
Strange and perhaps
probably-
unwelcome sight.
How in the hells did he even end up here?
Oh, piss.
I've been meaning to ask, can we hear other people through the door?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Ah, hells. Lork slings the tiny dragonborn over his shoulder.
So are you gonna open up one of the other ones?
I was opening up this one, unless I don't know.
Yeah,
which
you know
one's
what? Yeah, you could have seeing how to like do it.
Yeah.
And plus, he had heard the instructions
Perhaps
from
in
Darius.
another cruel twist of fate.
I fucking stab him and leave.
Was that
Really?
Philip?
Yes. I stab him brutally. You just hear Rifter open up the thing.
Lorik
and
is
goes,
the only person to hear it.
Yeah, Lorik, you just hear Rifter open it up. No! You son of a bitch! You just hear, like, stabbing noises.
Lorik minds his own business. Especially once he kind of sees who's in the pod.
You hear a horrible culmination of voices. I will sunder your flesh! And just, like, followed by squishing noises.
So,
Lorik
hey, you see
carries-
as Lorik begins to leave, Rifter. I would like you and Lorik to both give me your concentration saving throws. Rifters with disadvantage.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Conky cushion.
Donkey cushion.
Uh-oh. Conky.
Oh, stinky. Oh.
This one for Lorik. Lorik 15.
Oh,
15.
You
Oh,
take
fuck.
15.
Oh, okay. Rifter fucked.
Yeah.
Rifter. Take 6.
oh, cool.
What?
Must have rolled real close to minimum.
He's too
Wait,
angry.
wait. Lorik, don't immediately run all the way away. I understand why you're thinking you should do this, but wait.
Lorik is going to just drop Ardriel off unceremoniously at the door and then rush back in to offer aura coverage for Hate.
Okay.
What? Is he... What is...
Rifter is still stabbing him. Hate, at this point,
basically-
you're getting pretty close to feeling the effects.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk in at this point.
Sternhoff kind of like blinks twice at seeing Ardriel pulled out.
Well, that's fun. I'm going to open the I'm going to pantomime opening the remaining one and to see if Rifter like tells me how.
Oh,
Oh.
you heard the instructions
Oh
from
yeah, I
Darius
heard the
previously.
instructions. Never mind. I'm just gonna open the last one.
You know what? Hate, give me a history.
Oof. Click. Scroll.
Boop button.
Click. Boop.
These nuts?
Alright, good enough. One of the religious figures from Soju Pem, the Archdeacon of Air, in fact. You know the big cathedral at the entrance to the upper city?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the lead guy of that who you've talked to once or twice.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to pick him up. I see Rifter and I just say, you might want to hurry up with that. And
Question: How is he? Is he what would be considered normally dead?
You are stabbing the shit out of him, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. By the time I've stabbed him in the throat at least 14 times, I get out.
I would like everyone to go and make me a thing. You can step right outside before it happens, so that you're in the
Okay, cool.
thing.
Okay. Cool.
Within
Let
my
me,
aura?
Mm-hmm.
I can't. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Cool.
ooh, I don't have bless anymore, but I'm in the aura. Let's go.
Aura, 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 aura.
Damn.
Damn.
Oh, 17. That's not bad.
Alright, Hate, you take 16.
All right, that's fine. All right, now that we're all outside. Whoops, didn't mean to say minus 34.
Whoopsie!
Hate's will to live failed. All right, cool.
Domination.
Like,
When you see Rifter walk in the room, his gloves and his face are
At
just
this
covered
point,
in
you
blood.
try to go through, and nothing happens as you touch the door.
Oh shit.
Alright, the other one. Now.
Ugh.
Here.
I did cast
Turns off, they said
Master
we should be
Wounds on
moving this one,
everybody.
right?
Okay, you can go ahead and
So-
roll the number. Everybody's able to get to the other door in, like, reasonable enough time. There you go. You can go ahead and roll the numbers. As you were running by Hate, just for fair notice, it's still standing in the exact same spot where it was.
All right.
Oh, cool.
Alright, cool.
I gave it the closest to the orders that I think I could. I thought I could. All right, we're good. I brought the guy with me, you know.
Yes. The Archdeacon of Air. Yes, that guy.
Yes, him, that man that I definitely know.
I still fucking love that Ardriel's token is literally smaller.
Is this one also completely nude?
Yes, all of them are.
Well,
You also can control that token.
sweet.
Alright. We got all of them.
Where there were 4 pods, right?
There were only
5.
3.
You just see Rifter walk in.
Would you like to... Oh, you know what? You probably don't need a perception check.
Oh,
The 4th one was Philip Volstrom.
What?
I did not see fit to get in Rifter's way.
I wouldn't blame you, but
how was Philip there?
His body was there.
we need to see if we can find these people on the surface. We need to make sure that either they're here or they're on the surface. They could be body doubles on the surface. And if that's the case, then this is... I don't know.
Well, could we not... Could someone like Fate not cast divination to discern the information?
I suppose that would work.
Eventually.
Zion's still there.
It is in fact still there. Without... Hate stops, has a thought, sighs to herself. That door's no longer working, by the way. And she leaves this body very ceremonially leaning up against the wall because she doesn't hate him. She goes back through this door.
Shoop.
She goes, walks up to the creature and places the tiara on its head.
Just looks up at you and actually says a different word. Are you sure?
I don't abide by slavery. You have your own choices to make.
The mask and everything around it begins to dissolve, and all of its like red and gold begins to like kind of disintegrate into this like more blue form, and you see for a moment like almost the ghost of a dragonborn, like a Delmarev, which looks at you and thank you, before it kind of dissipates and fades away into nothingness.
God damn, my first piece of fucking royal jewelry, and I have to give it up to be a good
Hold on.
fucking
I said the like Delmarev dissolves.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, like the
Never
Delmarev
mind.
and the armor and all of that.
Cool.
The tiara
Yeah.
is on the ground.
She picks the tiara back
Yeah,
up.
that's
and
something
puts
that
it
you would
on.
not miss, given how. Yeah.
All right, great, cool.
Has
And she
acquired
leaves.
wealth.
What was that,
She-
Lord?
I said Hate has acquired wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, Hate steps right here and is like, okay, this doesn't count. I said coin. I specifically said coin. All right. Whew.
Good one.
Heads back.
Well, beyond measure, a feat awarded to the foolhardy and alike.
to the brave and foolhardy alike.
It's gone.
In what sense?
Hate just kind of shrugs and says, the armor was removed, and then it left.
What did it look like under the armor?
A Domarov. I give the description.
It's the description of the rogue who died the rogue Domarov who had, or quote unquote, rogue Domarov who had died many years ago.
Lorik looks down for a long time. I may not know all of what happened with them, but they were a pawn in something much larger. Gods.
Get out of here.
There's
There's
nothing
nothing
left
left
for us here.
for us.
You make a fantastic point. Hate comes up right here and tries to smash this thing with as much force as she can.
And we might need that helmet as evidence.
This
Lorik
was
says
very
that as
much-
she's walking past, does Lorik attempt to block her from walking past?
We might need to take all of this as potential
Does
evidence of
Lorik
what's happened
attempt
here.
to physically block her as she's attempting to walk
Yes.
past? Okay.
Yes.
Would Hate like to force pass?
If Lorik will physically impose himself, Hate will say, I am breaking something before I leave.
You can break one of the syringes then.
2.
Fine. We'll still have 3 left as evidence.
She nods.
2 left as evidence.
Don't you have the one that's in your bag of holding?
Yes. 2 left as evidence.
1 to keep for our own study. In
Fine.
case you weren't catching. Hate goes over and she does in fact take 2 of them. And, to be very clear and careful, moves them away from the table onto the ground and then strikes them.
Right. Okay. Would you like to go in there? Do you take both of them at the same time, or one each?
I'll take
then-
both of them at the same time.
And then as she says, in case you didn't understand, to the Lorik and like trying to clarify his point, Darius goes, "Oh, so you can listen to me."
Salt.
By the way, Rifter is going to ask for the torch as soon as he can.
You
Oh,
have a
Hate-
torch right now?
Oh, we got rid of it?
No, you
There's
have
3.
it.
Oh, you have a torch.
Oh, I
There
have
are-
a torch still. Okay.
There are 3 torches that have been lit in total over the course of this scene.
Okay, DM, is it safe to assume that I would know if a poison or something is flammable? Or at the very least would have something that's flammable in one of my kits?
A lot of things are very flammable, yes.
Okay, cool.
We're not setting another city on fire, guys.
What do you mean another? This is the same city that you already caught on fire.
Okay,
This is
we're not
already
setting
on
the
fire.
underground of another city on fire.
Rifter goes up to the door and he grabs it. He grabs the torch, grabs his flammable stuff, and has disappeared from the party and is rushing over to the room with Philip Volstrom again.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure you can figure out 2 and 2 together. He's making sure there is absolutely 0 way to recover the body.
Oh, okay.
He
As
goes
long as
in
you
there.
don't burn down the rest of the area.
Yeah, he goes in there, torches the body, and then leaves.
So, how do you
that's
do
a
it once
low
you get here?
Hmm?
How do you do it once you get here?
If I'm having oil, I'm just gonna spray it on him as much as possible. Like jump up, spray it on him, and throw the torch in.
As you throw the torch in, everybody else hears something. I'd like you to go ahead and give me your dexterity saving throw, and I
thank God.
really hope you make it.
Oh, my
Rerolling,
God.
rerolling.
You
rerolling.
can't see him.
So,
Wait,
You need line
think
of sight to use a feature on someone.
Well, I guess I'm dead.
Pretty damn close.
Oh, I still have evasion, so you take half
Alright,
damage.
you are downed, but you are not killed instantly. Everybody else hears, like, even though most of the stuff that's gone through the walls you don't hear, you just hear there's just this massive boom as the, like, entire room with all of the goop in it instantly ignites in a, like, terrible explosion, just with even the runic doors being blasted off their hinges.
Rifter!
Rifter, you are at, let me do some math real quick. You are at negative 54 hit points.
Okay.
Rip
cool.
Bozo.
Rip Bozo.
Lork is going
Also,
to cast spare
the body, like, basically everything in this room is fucking gone. It's a miracle that you're not, like, completely obliterated. Like, you
Without
have,
one,
like,
yeah.
multiple of your bones are completely showing after, like, parts of your flesh have been blown off. There's metal scrap wreckage everywhere. The entirety of most of your equipment is burned. Like, the entirety of your person is in absolute disarray.
Hey, I didn't want to interrupt anybody for this because I thought it was something that I could do as like an afterthought, but this feels more impactful now. I was going to say, but like again, I didn't want to interrupt people, that Darius was making his way over to the clay room to like try and teleport himself just up to the front, like to the top, so he can not be in this room anymore.
Okay, you know what? I think that sounds very Darius-like. Do you have light to get you there?
He was just gonna like make his cantrip follow him.
Okay, yeah, fair.
Bernhoff gives
All
off
right.
light.
I will give you your one shot. Where are you thinking of?
Just immediately the door that in front of the passage that we went down.
Okay. Wah. Alright, so you get to look and peer around, and then you kind of get shook. You literally fall off of, like, the clay platform as the explosion rocks it, as well as,
Good.
basically everybody moves around as it happens.
I was hoping it wouldn't have consequences, but I wanted to play through what I was going to do with Darius anyways.
Fair. So, just after that happens, Hate slamming down on the syringe. That roll has been, who was near... Hate was in there, so Hate and Schoonhoff, you're both going to take a little bit of damage, unless you can make a dexterity savings, though, as the, like, rune door kind of ricochets past you.
Oh, okay.
Can each of you make that?
I should make
No.
that dex save.
I can't make that. But, you know,
yeah,
I'll
you're
try.
right. Loric was there as well. You guys all do get the +4 since Loric was there.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
Hey.
Schoonhoff, you avoid it. The other two... Loric, you take 15 damage. Hate, you take 7. Bludgeoning, as it kind of rolls through. Schoonhoff, you're able to avoid it as it, like, kind of bounces off of them and, like, pushes them down a little bit before Loric gets up, has his curse, and runs forward.
Wait, what about Ardriel and,
In a similar vein, it kind of goes over the group of people because it kind of, like, pushes into them and then, like, slides along the ceiling before, like, collapsing. You see Rifter's mangled corpse. Or at least
I'll
what's
get a
soon
corpse.
to be it.
Lork is going to immediately use Spare the Dying with the Stay of Execution feature and just sling Rifter over his shoulder fireman style and storm out.
Fantastic.
Based.
Alright, so that was a -54. Would you mind going ahead and making me... Let me do some math for you, old Rifter boy.
Well, with Spare the Dying and Stay of Execution. don't I
Yes,
have
you
one
still
and two?
have to
Oh,
make
okay.
a, like, throw. It's just that instead of it being at, like, -26, it's at 0 for your health.
Okay.
And so, as I'm sure you can imagine, getting a 0 is much better than -50 or whatever. Okay, so it was a 16. I'll do all of my additions. So 0 for health. Loric, what's your medicine?
Medicine is a total of 1.
1. It's a
Huge.
cantrip. Is 4 your con?
The 4 was his my aura protection because we rolled
Rifter,
that
what's your
works on
con?
0.
Okay, so 0, 1. So that is a 21. Roll me your 6. 6. All right, sick. Like somehow as Lorik just completely channels that into you, like over a couple seconds, it's almost as if time rewinds for a moment as he does so, as some bits of flesh kind of pull themselves back from the room. And Lorik, you even seem amazed by that, like, fact as you do it. It seems like something that's very abnormal and not something you've done before, as some of the wounds kind of pull themselves back together before you run storming out. For you, Rifter, you're unconscious for all of this as you're going, and you have like a couple thoughts of like staring up at the night sky with what's his face, the man who like
Galtor.
yeah, as he told you and taught you about some of the stars when you were younger. Hey, do you still choose to slam down immediately after this explosion?
Oh, absolutely. I am not dismayed. I'm not deterred.
That explosion goes off, you're like, fuck it. Slam down. As it makes contact with the syringes, there's a theme of explosions going on right now, apparently. Because as soon as you hear the glass kind of shatter, and as soon as the blood starts to spill down onto the ground, you see as multiple just different chunks of that rock underneath it just not even move. They're just in the wall now. Some of it's in you, some of it's across the wall, like just above Argyll, some of it's in Argyll, some of it's in Schoenhof. Like just everywhere around you, there's some of the rock that was underneath those syringes is now teleported everywhere else nearby.
That sounds painful.
For you, you take 14. For Schoenhof, you take 7, and Argyll takes 7.
Hey guys, I'm down.
A similar thing is true of much of the metal and glass that was a part of those syringes. Schoenhof, do you recall what that is akin to? If not,
no.
you may make a history.
No. I'm going to say that it's from the brat shroom creatures.
Yeah.
And as that happens, I say, well, I guess we know what's in those vials now. As I walk to hay and try and stabilize them.
Gary's rounding the corner. What the hell's happened?
Yeah, so as you turn the corner, not only do you see like the little bit of a burnt cusp near where the arcane door used to be, you see as there's stone and blood mixed around all of the like pathway nearby, the skid marks along the ceiling rift are still having some bits of bone just like exposed, even though the flesh has kind of surrounded it. Like, it's an absolute fucking mess. Schoenhof, do you have any magic to heal them in any capacity?
No, I just wanted to try and stabilize them.
Okay.
Or something.
Give me a medicine. Alright. You have enough to keep them stabilized. They're the rate at which, since this is something that you guys haven't been told much about yet so far, the rate at which like the quote-unquote amount of time passed since they've been downed has been slowed to a quarter of the normal rate. So like 4 turns could go by and it would still be treated as if they went down last turn for the purposes of like healing. Are you still carrying Rifter? Lorik? Oh jeez, he's dead.
Lorik is dead.
Oh, sorry about that. Lorik sets Rifter down by the wall and gives Hate a 3rd level cure wounds.
Alright, so that brings you to 17, so plus 6, 1 round. Magical
Do you think Darius
healing.
could make it there for magical healing as well?
Potentially it wouldn't stack anyway.
Okay.
It's
I didn't know if,
highest.
the current like health would
The
make
current
any
health
difference?
does matter, but it only takes the highest of a single instance.
Okay.
Here we go. 5.
What level was that
Third.
total?
It was
Okay.
a 3rd level cure wound.
So, hey, +3, plus your con, 0 penalty for a round, plus 6, no, plus 8 for your, current HP,
Don't forget the aura.
and plus 4 for that, and whatever your medicine is.
So what's the total
1.
modifier then? That was a lot of
Plus
adding,
15?
just saying pluses.
Right,
I
so,
think it's plus 15.
Lorik, what's your medicine?
1.
1, okay, so, hey, go ahead and click, type in slash roll
Yeah, I got it.
1d20. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
+1,
Gotcha.
plus whatever your con is,
Gotcha.
plus 8,
Gotcha.
0 on that part, plus 3.
Alright. Is that everything?
Yes, those are the medicine modifier, a penalty for amount of time since gone down, half of current health, medicine of the person doing it, and spell level of the spell. Alright, and your d6? Obviously you know where that general idea is from, Hate.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
The worst result of probably one of the better result categories.
Yeah. -1 initiative on cold or rainy days.
Hey.
Icy bones.
She's LARPing Asterius.
It's funny. Apparently, Hate sitting there and getting a little bit of syringe in her bones was far worse for her long term than Rifter literally being a corpse. So that's fun.
Look, that's
Hey,
just
man.
because Lork had pissed off dad energy.
Mm-hmm.
He was not quite as pissed off at Hate, but he is still upset about, and he quotes, 5 goddamn seconds without an explosion.
Yeah, so Hate's gonna immediately go over here to the unconscious man who just got porked, who also just got the exact same treatment that she did. And she's going to,
Doris, give me a perception.
I'm doing it. Sorry, I realized that I didn't say anything and I was just
Okay.
navigating. 3.
He forgore.
I forgore.
He forgore.
I don't perceive.
He do not perceive. That is all. You're very taken aback by the absolute mess of fucking everything.
yeah, so I'm casting that. I'm upcasting that at 7th level to get everybody because I want everyone healed as much as possible because fuck all of this. There's been too many explosions.
Apparently.
So, to recap, Rifter decided to be a goddamned idiot and tried to set Philip's corpse on fire.
Hold on. That brings you to 20, which is more than... Alright. Yep. More than 10%. You're good. You're back up and conscious.
Rifter is?
Yeah, Rifter is.
I just realized I was muted because I was unconscious. As Rifter opens his eyes to hearing Lorik shit talk him, he says, my bad, didn't know it would just blow up."
You mean you didn't know it would just blow up, like the lab under Chibalo when fire was near
Wait.
it?
You mean that exact thing happened previously?
Yes.
Okay, I had heard there was a fire, but I didn't know it was from that exact thing. Rifter, what the
To be
fuck
fair.
were you thinking?
Neither did I. And to answer your question, there can't be a body.
Well, you made sure of that, and you made sure that you almost didn't have a body either.
If it achieved what I needed to, it would have been a worthy goal, but thankfully,
Oh,
I got
piss
some good
right the
friends.
fuck off, Rifter.
Rifter, point of order. We just made a very similar thing and said no to Darius about it. So can we just
Yeah.
say for the next 2 days minimum,
My-
we we don't say anything about sacrificing ourselves for our greater goals?
No. A, I didn't know that was gonna happen. B, it's one guy rather than an entire race.
I
I
told you I have
understand.
names if you don't want me to do an entire race.
All I'm saying is these are not comparable.
I'm
We'll
checking.
discuss this more when we get back to the shop. We are not discussing this in the basement of a fucking lab.
You're right. Come on,
So,
Sternhoff.
what's
is
his
right.
body look like?
I pick up the lady and I don't answer.
When you say this body,
Him.
him being
Ardriel.
I'm trying to ping, but
Argyle.
my
I
mouse
see.
isn't working.
Argyle
know
has a couple wounds in that, like, some of the stone that was underneath the syringes got teleported into him. But other than that, he is fine. That
Do we
being
have to
he,
bring him?
you know that he, or at least members of your party would know that he's at least somewhat of a tough boy.
Everyone
I would
leaves
say we
here.
have some kind of obligation to bring him. After all, he is Mosir's caretaker.
That's reasonable. Where is
Now-
Mosir then, if
Not-
he's here?
Well, likely back in Tarnos Pem, that was where Argyle intended to bring him.
Unless they got, unless
Excuse?
they never got there. Whatever.
Rifter-
We shouldn't think about hypotheticals now. Let's
Aye.
go.
As
Um,
Rifter
come on.
moves with the lady, he also chimes in that
Hold on,
not
that
to
hate,
min-
before everybody
Oh, good.
keeps doing shit, Hate, speak up. Because Hate, I assume, would be very loud about it.
What? Hi, there's someone else here, everyone.
What does that mean?
That means I'm too injured to give a shit about formalities and figuring this all out. Would you all just come out here so we can have a conversation or die? Hate steps over to give Lurk room.
It's all coming full circle.
And you just turn the corner and he's brimming, smile ear to ear, just hands behind his head, smiling, chewing a little piece of some kind of material. I knew you had it in you.
Darius just immediately walks past him. Come on, Sternhoff.
He has a little bit of a laugh. Uh,
Well, I'm glad to see you're enjoying yourself.
couldn't be happier.
I appreciate your enthusiasm. It's been a long day. Can we do this in the morning?
There's nothing
You know how we operate.
we're not doing anything.
So, why
It would
another
be-
high stone?
It would be boring if we did anything here.
You'll forgive my impropriety given what we were put through here, but why another high stone? Did she go digging into your projects?
Well, first of all, I'm insulted that you think it's that simple. Second of all, why would I tell you? That gets sort of all the fun.
Well, I suppose I can just ask her when she wakes up then.
I wish you the best of luck with it.
One more question. Why did you... Philip, why?
You see, when I first met you, I expected you to be the one I'd like the most, and every time, it's less and less. Did you not hear what I just said to him?
Darius rounds the corner again and says, "Ignore him. All you're doing is giving him attention. He just wants attention. Let's just go."
No, follow
Well-
your friend. He's got the right idea.
And what are... Hate stops as the curiosity almost led her to asking the wrong question. When did you get here?
little bit after the explosion. That part I don't mind telling. He yawns a little bit. Oh, but I don't. But I do suppose you picked about the worst time to do it.
It was now or
Ugh.
never.
So,
At least,
FYI, it's like 4 hours past midnight.
I don't suppose you could indulge us on one little thing now that that thread is wrapped up and can no longer offer enjoyment for you.
Anything, dear.
The Sigillitas. How did he get involved?
He was a scion. I made him mine.
Lorik, you're
You
not
know,
going to get anything out of him.
for being someone whose entire deal and training from birth to now and probably until death, you're not too good for tracking down all these things. Or is
No,
it
I
more
knew.
so the
I
job of the Triumphus or somebody to actually figure out what's going on?
I knew. I just wanted your words.
Hmm.
I wanted the confirmation.
He looks at you and says, "We both know that's not true."
Then
And I
tell me
mean
what
that
is true.
in the most literal way possible.
Rifter repeats Darius's words. Come on, he only wants attention.
Tell me, what is true then?
At least you're asking more interesting questions. But like I said, I'll give you one. You took it.
Hmm.
Now, obviously, there's more things I'd love to talk about.
But you must be going. You
No,
have
I
incredibly
can stay
important
here all
affairs.
day. Your friend seems quite anxious to leave.
we're about to find out, but how is the situation on the surface?
He just shrugs. Haven't taken a look in a bit. I was busy sleeping before you so kindly woke me up with what I will say is probably the best morning call I've ever had.
Pardon my propriety to leave, but I like to move past my failed opportunities.
Do we each have one of the unconscious people?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
Lork,
guys are
who has
carrying
Argyle.
them like as would be fair.
hmm
Okay. Rifter continues to go across the corner, and before going, he just gives the Highstone the bird, and he just says, "I'll
Nice.
piss in your corpse, fucker," and he just walks
As
away.
you're doing that, he says, "Oh, come on, Rifter. If I told you I had more, would you be surprised?"
He doesn't even register anything. He just walks away.
Don't you? What about finding Sarah and where she went?
He's still walking
Mhm.
away.
Shame.
So yeah, he is wherever the hell Darius is, he's there. He's caught up to him.
He's just waiting behind Lorik, like trying to get him to go, and like
Lork follows
he just
after a bit.
just peeks his just like a final one thing. So then why'd you let us have control over the Scion?
I wanted to see what you would do. I really wish that Hate wasn't such a stickler.
Speaking
I
of, do
quite
you know
liked
any
your
good...
plan personally. I think it's the right thing to do.
Well, that's rich coming from you.
Do you know any good second-hand jewelers?
Yes, I do, Hate. Let's go.
Ah, wonderful. And Hate's going to start leaving.
Well, you attempt to, and you walk to the stairs, and you realize that they're not moving.
No, I
not.
literally just lean on the stairs. She will wait.
Rifter's
Well-
going to walk up the stairs, and he just mumbles to anybody who's within earshot, "Next time we leave him dead." And he continues.
Well, given our familiarity, good day, Seiron. As Lorik hoists Ardriel into a more comfortable
Uh.
starting position and begins to follow Sternhoff.
As he's about to part, Darius just remains standing at the back of it, looking at him and says, "Next time you give me an opportunity like this, please try and let me have the opportunity." And then he just walks away.
Darius, ignore him.
It was something he needed to hear.
He calls out specifically, Rifter. I'm not joking.
Rifter is just walking. Ideally he should be out of earshot.
It's not. Keep in mind, like right here, like this is where, like
I
stuff
know. I'm
happens
saying
before.
Rifter ideally is trying to be out of earshot.
Well, he's trying his best, and I'm saying you're not.
Okay, cool.
Sternhoff, care to make the Ceres cooperate?
I didn't have
As
to
he
try
gets
anything
closer,
special
it does
last time.
begin to slide down. Slork is obviously with you. Everyone is with you.
Yeah.
Well, back to sleep. And he just lays down, eyes closed.
Somehow I doubt that.
Does the party make their way out?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. It takes a minute, during which time you have some time as you woke up fairly exhausted for most of you. Probably more like 2 minutes since you're actually carrying people this time. And it's uphill rather than down. Is the party entirely silent for the entire travel?
Lorik will only say something if someone says something to him.
I'm pretty sure Rifter was about to say something, and then you said
No.
something, JC.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Rifter just says, he's next. The next on the list. It all comes back to him. None of anything I fucking do matters until he's gone.
I don't think any of us will stop you.
I simply doubt whether or not you'll be able.
I'll find a fucking way. If it's the last thing I do.
I'm afraid we've already used our wish.
That's fine. I'll enjoy it with my bare hands.
I may be able to definitely not call in favors against the Crown Prince. After all, that would be suicide, but the fact that we found and neutralized the Scion.
That is enough for now.
We should be able to report that the mission is complete, and that should, at least temporarily, absolve us of guilt.
So then, it looks like he's done his psychopathic way of keeping them off our trail.
Sickens me.
How many rubies are on this tiara?
Probably, let's say 5. There's a core one, there's 2 flanking it, and there's 2 on the far sides.
All right.
Hey,
Just paying attention.
you
Just keeping it.
commune with deities, right?
Yes.
Ask them what he is.
I obviously don't need to remind Hate of the condition right now.
Yeah. I will put that on my list of things that I will need to get done. I have a lot of asks that I'm going to have to make soon.
If I purchase the components for that spell...
Don't worry about it.
No, I was going to say, would that null the requirement for you to give that money away?
I don't know right now, and I'm under certain
obligations at the moment that I am almost certainly going to break in the spirit of, but I hope they understand that I am doing this and the consequences may come.
And Darius approaches Hate a little bit closer, puts his hand on her shoulder, and says, regarding earlier, I do trust you, Hate. And then he makes sure to make eye contact. Never lie to my face like that again.
To be honest, I was telling only a half-truth. I did ask to get rid of the problem. It wouldn't work. We just have different definitions of what the problem is.
I made very clear what I wanted removed. Please do not ever lie to my face like that again. That is all.
Hate gives the very barest of a nod.
We should find the church and bring our what would even be the proper term?
We should make
Rescuees?
sure that he isn't already at the church. I trust you know where I'm getting at with this.
Yes.
We take them back to the shop for now. I have things I have to deal with in the morning. I'm sure that I can make my rounds.
Okay, I can understand getting lodgings in the back for all of us. We can't medically treat people and have lodgings for that kind of thing in the back room of the shop. I'm sorry.
I wasn't planning on actually treating them. I just wanted to stash their unconscious bodies for a bit. But
We
fair
don't
point.
we don't have the room for that.
This is why I suggested that we go to the church, explain the situation briefly, and drop them off there.
At this point, the party's in the room that was the original area before they open the door to go outside. They have time to speak.
Also, perhaps we should give all of them some covering for modesty.
Is there a local doctor here?
There's likely clerics here,
All right, but
but I
nobody
don't know
in
where we would find an actual doctor.
I'm sure someone in the upper districts would be more than happy to help treat a high stone, considering their family would pay exuberant amounts for it.
Assuming that there isn't this exact person walking around already.
There wasn't a dyer walking around when we rescued him.
But
We
that wasn't
don't
necessarily
know
the
if
same
the situation has changed.
Fine.
When we go to make our report to the executor after we drop this all off, I will need you to recount every last detail of what happened in Chibalo so that we can offer a proper narrative. There's obviously some kind of connection there, but I don't know the full scope. So I need every detail you can muster. But for now, let's bring these people somewhere safe, so we can be rid of them and finally get some goddamned rest.
Alright.
The door is ready to be opened if the party so chooses.
Assume that we're gonna, wrap the other two up in bedrolls or something like that in the meantime.
Dire bedroll.
Dire
The
bedroll
first thing
again.
you notice upon opening the door is that at the very least the city is no longer on fire. This problem seems to have been sorted, at least mostly controlled. The second thing for most of you, and the first thing for Rifter, is the body of a person laid strewn about the fountain in front of you.
Those.
What?
Another one?
That's... You can't...
I pick up the body, like I caress it, like the head, slowly and rise it down onto my knee.
It stays there motionless, but breathing.
I promise, no matter what happens, I will find a way to kill him.
Who is this Rifter?
Me mum.
And then he says, I know this isn't a good time, but speaking of, you shouldn't be Rifter.
Right.
And I return to Vermilion.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I'd imagine that he was actually Rifter there.
Yeah, he actually was, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was assuming so, because
Yeah.
feels like a
And-
very Rifter.
Considering that he got knocked out, he was Rifter when he was healed up.
You just see a single like a few tears, like a few drops, like not like that ugly cry, but like a little like teary-eyed, trying to hold it back, kind of
Ugly adjacent.
Yeah, ugly adjacent, exactly. And he just grabs the body and gently holds it, and he doesn't say anything.
Perhaps she is one that we should not bring back to the church, given his family's history here. We should keep her at the shop. For now.
Seems like that abomination brings both boons and curses.
Mostly curses.
And
Wow.
it remains to be seen what this is.
To remind, at the moment, it depends on perspective. Although it's been difficult coming here, by no means easy, everything that he's done has only benefited us.
While that may be true, I think in the long run, that may change.
We're implicated now in something bigger than we ever should have been. This isn't helping us. This is positioning us where he wants us.
Perhaps. There might be an area he can't reach, though. Someone I already have a deal with, and someone who has knowledge on technology.
You mean the collector?
We might revisit him.
Mayhaps.
He would have information on this. Likely, or at least we could get his mind working on it. He found a way to make himself effectively immortal, approaching that of a god. I think that with his aid we might be able to better understand what's going on.
So, we bring...
I
apologies.
was gonna say, and besides, a prize like him should be quite appealing.
So, we bring these three to the church. You help Vermilion bring her to the shop, and we meet back up to hopefully have a last bit of discussion and get some rest. And then we set back out to speak with Perilyn, hopefully.
I have to at least spend a bit of time here. I can meet up with you all after, but I need to meet with some jewelry men. Jewelers? What do they call them in common?
Jewelers.
Okay.
In any case, Darius said he would help you with that, and we need your strength to carry one of our three rescuees.
I will do that. I'm speaking of in the morning.
Of
You all
course.
can set out, but I'm going to need to deal with some things here.
I would highly recommend against setting this out to a common jeweler.
Oh,
They may not be aware of its dangers.
What we
I
want to
will-
do is full identification of it first. Potential magical removal of the gem. The silver and the embroidery, even without the current gem in it, is extremely valuable. This is beautiful handiwork.
So the Mage's Guild, then.
And I need to turn this into at least 3 incredibly potent diamonds to bring back the lives that I and Rifter lost. So I don't particularly care about the rest of the worth of this damn thing.
Well, it wouldn't be gold you're making.
Runhoff, if I take our larger friend here, do you think you can carry Ardriel to the church?
It shouldn't be a problem even for me.
Thank you. He should be much lighter.
And so are the three of you bringing those three to the church at least?
Yep.
Mhm.
And
Alright.
Darius and
Sounds like
Vermilion are
that can
bringing-
be a mini session at some point, perhaps even next Friday, since next Friday is our bye week.
True.
Our week is by? What the fuck?
Yeah, I know.
I'm proud
does
of
that
it.
mean that it's het right now, or is it gay right now?
What?
Well,
Jesse, what the fuck are you
Um,
talking about?
well, given that 3 members of the party are in fact bi, it seems. I would say that every week is a bi week, TBH.
Hate teleports next to Lorik in the dungeon. God damn it, Lorik, where the fuck are we?
God fucking
Joke
damn
earlier
it, Laura,
tonight.
where the fuck are we?
I made that joke earlier tonight.
Too bad.
Yeah, but he didn't verbalize it. Got him.
Someone
Who
needs
has-
to actually draw that meme up, though.
But
God, I really hope that doesn't end up being my third, like, opus piece, but honestly, I could see it.
that's
Who
pretty,
has
that
the-
would be pretty good.
Who has the biggest rules vibe from the party?
Grifter. I can very easily picture Rifter doing that defeated. God damn it!
So as the party begins to move past, Rifter is still there, hugging his mother as part of her arm gently drapes into the fountain.
It's not.
Come on, we'll see what we can do for her. He places his hand on Vermilion's shoulder and like pats it lightly.
He goes ahead and he brings the woman.
Sane, if we're all good with it.
I'm fine with
So,
that.
yeah.
Alright. Thank you everyone for coming out tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was a very good session.
Based?
Oh, yeah.
It's
Red
pretty.
pill.
Great story, and we got a new meme out of it.
I love the idea that for some unforeseeable reason, the party does have an affinity for explosions, despite basically, I think, only one person knowing Fireball. And even then,
Wait,
it's
who's the one who knows
optional.
Fireball?
Doesn't Hate technically have the capacity to know Fireball?
No, she's not a light cleric.
Oh, well. Literally no
No, I
one knows
do.
Fireball, and yet
Yeah,
explosions
I
and
have-
fire are abound.
Flame
knows
strike.
Ah,
Hoff
yes.
knows the
of course.
cooler version, Thunderbolt or Lightning Bolt.
I mean, I could
Then
technically
along
cast
came
Fireball
Zeus.
also.
Oh, well, there you go.
Nice. Thank you everyone for coming back.
His Thunderbolt.
We won't see you next week, as that will be a mini session and not be broadcast. However, the week after that, we're back in it. Hope to see you then.
Yeah.
See you, lads.
Be gay, do crimes.
Oh, jeez. What
Well,
are you,
Shorty doing half
Sayron?
of that.